Okay. Okay. Okay, welcome everyone. We're going to go ahead and call our meeting to order with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
Okay. And our city attorney, Walter Chung, is going to bring us out of closed session.
The City Council took no reportable action in closed session today.
Deputy Mayor Melendez will lead us in the pledge this evening.
Please rise. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, has a few procedural items to cover.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for a completion of an item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you're ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff members at the back of the room to sign your paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you'd like to speak on an item on our agenda this evening, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk's secretary staff here at the dais. For members of the public participating via Zoom, you may raise your hand, use the raise your hand feature to indicate you'd like to speak, or press star 9 on your phone. We will announce when to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to speak on the specific item being discussed. Speakers will each have 3 minutes to address the City Council. Now we'll go to our City Manager, John Conley, for approval of tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. No changes to this evening's agenda.
Great. We have a few presentations this evening. Our IT Director, Chris Mitchell, will provide us an update on information technology and our annual review and strategic plan update.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Chris Mitchell, the IT Director. With me this evening is Chris Schukart, our IT Manager. Tonight, we will be presenting an update from the Information Technology Department. This presentation is informational only, no action is required. The goal of the presentation is to inform the Council about the IT Department's achievements in 2024 and our goals for 2025. The Information Technology Department serves as an internal service provider, which means we provide services to other city departments. Some of the services we provide are help desk support, access control and security, communications, GIS, network infrastructure, backup and disaster recovery, project management, and business process development. In 2022, we conducted a comprehensive third-party review and assessment of all IT services. The assessment included an internal review, a SWOT analysis, staff surveys, department meetings, a gap analysis, and a project prioritization workshop. The findings from this assessment, combined with the goals of the City Council, were used to develop a detailed IT strategic plan. The projects and goals identified in this plan guided our efforts in 2024 and will continue to shape our direction throughout 2025. The IT department had a highly productive year in 2024. Our primary goals from this strategic plan included modernizing our systems, leveraging vendor-hosted cloud solutions, and maintaining a strong focus on cybersecurity. We achieved these goals by successfully completing all the planned projects from the strategic plan and taking on several additional projects to address the evolving needs of the organization. Some of these projects included changing our primary internet domain name from cityofvista.com to vista.gov, migrating our enterprise resource planning software to a vendor-hosted solution, migrating our document management software to a vendor-hosted solution, We implemented a new employee intranet website for improved communication and collaboration, and we replaced our outdated and failing Wi-Fi systems. Cybersecurity was a primary focus in 2024. Our security systems recorded 40 million attempted infiltrations of our firewall. We also received over 3.5 million malicious emails, and there were over 350,000 attempts to bypass our two-factor authentication. I'm pleased to report that we achieved a 100% success rate in blocking these attempts. There were no known incidents of unauthorized access, and no sensitive data was compromised. Our success in cybersecurity is a direct result of the strong commitment to security across the organization. Our cybersecurity strategy includes staff education and training, third-party security audits and network penetration testing, maintaining up-to-date software and hardware systems, and building strategic partnerships with leading organizations in the cybersecurity industry. Some of these partnerships include federally funded agencies, such as the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, the Center for Internet Security, and the Elections Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center. These agencies are either divisions of or work closely with the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, the FBI, and the Department of Homeland Security. Throughout 2025, we will continue to follow the guidance of our strategic plan and work to enhance the delivery of IT services. Key projects for 2025 include the upgrade and migration of our business license application, continue our ongoing project to overhaul our current asset management and permitting application, migrate our VoIP phone system to a vendor-hosted cloud solution, update the IT strategic plan, replacement of network storage infrastructure, and maintain a strong cybersecurity posture. One specific technology we're keeping an eye on in 2025 is artificial intelligence. While AI has gained enormous popularity over the last few years, the public sector struggles to find practical uses for AI in the workplace. We are hopeful that 2025 will be a breakout year for AI as software developers implement more business-focused AI tools that solve everyday problems and improve business processes. One of these tools that we are getting ready to deploy here is Wordly. Thank you for the opportunity to present this update to you, and thank you for your continued leadership and support. This concludes the presentation. We are available to answer any questions you may have.
I'll start by saying good job, job well done on preventing any intrusion and any penetration of our multiple systems that serve our employees and internal and external stakeholders, including our citizens. We've had a number of agencies in our area who have suffered breaches that have not only been costly, but have also been embarrassing. And so I appreciate, John and I, our city manager, have had a lot of conversations about this as I've watched other area agencies. I won't call them out by name, but we have read about them in the newspaper, and I appreciate your attentive work to prevent the city of Vista from being another victim of the very sophisticated and organized hackers that are out there these days who want to install ransomware and all kinds of other stuff. So thank you for that great job. Next, I want to recognize Councilmember Contreras.
Yes, thank you so much for all your work. Obviously this is a different frontier now when it comes to security threats. My question regarding the Wi-Fi system, would that make the Civic Center more of like a Wi-Fi hotspot for the city where we've upgraded it, or are there additional steps that need to be taken in order for that to happen?
So here at the Civic Center, there is publicly available Wi-Fi that's free to everyone. Everyone here can use it today. It's also not just this facility, it's really at all city-staffed facilities, including the water park, the amphitheater, our recreation centers.
Yeah, and I think Luz Duran, we had that fiber optic project to help Vista Unified School District. So to follow up on that, is there a map that is accessible to the public so that they can understand where these Wi-Fi hotspots are?
Not currently, but that's a good idea. We could certainly develop.
I would love to have that developed. It could be like also a GIS layer. I'm really favorable to those, but also being able to put that out into social media, right, and let folks know. Because I think if you don't know, like, you probably have no idea, right? And so let's just put it out there and figure that out. And that way we can also start looking at our city, because the digital divide is real. And so, even by having that mapped out, it could help us look at the gaps in the system. My other question would be, what I didn't see in this presentation are security breach scenarios. Are we going through various scenarios to see, Mayor mentioned some other jurisdictions, we saw that those attacks were very sophisticated and took down those organizations in just a terrible way. But so are we looking at, even scenarios that had happened and like doing like a trial run, or are we not looking at that as part of our strategic plan?
We absolutely are. And in fact, separate from the strategic plan, we have a cybersecurity and disaster recovery plan that specifically covers some of those scenarios and some of the likely scenarios and what we would do in those events. And those are absolutely informed by the cities around us that have dealt with these issues and takes into account the lessons learned from those situations.
Okay, and is that more of an internal process, or is that a public-facing
It's
process?
an internal process.
Okay, I don't think I've ever necessarily been briefed on that, so I would just ask that offline that I get, a little bit more information about that. Thank you. That's all I have. I really appreciate the hard work. This is, something, a frontier that continues to change and evolve, right? And your work is critical to keeping this organization going, the city going. We have a lot of sensitive data. So thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to echo those comments. It is so hard to stay ahead of this stuff, and the work that you're doing is so much appreciated by not just the people up here, but I think our entire city as a whole. So thank you for that and for this presentation. These are going to be really odd questions, and it's only because it's stuff that I've experienced on my city account. Do we have a button that can be added, or is there one that exists? And maybe this is a question for offline that we can have, but for the company I work for, there's a phishing button to report any phishing scam that happens on any internal email that we receive. I have not seen that attached to our current email. Is that something, or functionality that we have, or is that something that can be added?
I believe that is something we can add to your account, absolutely.
I think that would be great, because I can tell you, the mayor has emailed me while we're on this dais, telling me that he's in a meeting right now, asking me to send him cards from Best Buy, and it's urgent.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah. So I'm receiving them, so I can only imagine that other employees are receiving them as well. So if we could do that, and then also, I don't know if we're sending out test emails, and if I don't want to divulge any information to anybody if it's something you don't want or can't disclose, but test emails to employees that are disguised as internal emails would be good to have. And again, I'd probably appreciate that conversation offline as well. And then you might have touched on it, but are we going through extensive training with our staff on cybersecurity?
Yes, when every employee is first hired, they are issued online training. It is a system that's automated and it tracks to make sure everyone does the training. We also do additional training every October for National Cybersecurity Month. So we find a new training platform that we send all the employees. We assign it to them and make sure they complete it. And there is, to answer your question, there is some phishing testing we do for employees, and the ones who fail that test get assigned additional training.
Hopefully it's none, but I understand. Again, thank you so much. Those are all my questions. And yeah, we'll chat offline, but I really appreciate the work that you're doing, so thank you.
Yeah, that crossed my mind to say thank you to our employees, too, for being diligent, because to my awareness, it is the #1 way that systems are compromised is when our employees willingly hand over their credentials. So for the record, I have never emailed any employee or any person asking for gift cards, and I will never. So if you get an email from the mayor asking for Best Buy gift cards, that's not me. Councilmember Contreras.
I just wanted to lend a second to Councilmember O'Donnell's recommendations. I think that something very simple, having that button on there, whatever we can do to reduce the friction of someone receives an email and then it needs to get to you for investigation, I think that would be a good step. So Yeah, thanks.
Okay, well, job well done. Thank you very much. Please give our appreciation to all of the staff in your department, and great work. Thank you. Okay, that's going to bring us to our oral communications opportunity. Any member of the public may address the city council on agency-related matters that are not on the agenda by requesting to speak during this section. If you're participating via Zoom, you can use the raise your hand feature by pressing *9 if you'd like to speak. The number of speakers that will be heard during this segment is limited to 10. Any remaining speakers will be heard under the second oral communications item should there be more than 10. And we do have some oral communications speakers this evening. We have a number of them, so when you hear your name, if you would, go ahead and come forward, take a seat in the front row, and be ready when your name is called to speak. We will start with Trina Priest, and then we'll hear from Madeline Elledge, and then Dawn Taylor. If you heard your name, go ahead and please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and Vista City Council. I am Trina Priest. I am a middle school teacher and a mother of 3 teens. I have been concerned recently about the pot shop called the Cake House here in downtown Vista and the other 10 that are around in our city. If children grow up in communities where alcohol, tobacco, and marijuana businesses are common, their perceptions of risk of using those drugs will be muted. So it should be no surprise that after a decade of intense study, California State PTA has created a resolution against marijuana products. Their resolution states, in part, quote, "The tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC, concentrations in current cannabis has increased substantially, along with a large increase in the diversity of cannabis products and formulations, exposing our youth to high-potency cannabis preparations, leading to increased frequency of use and increased dependency." Further, the resolution states, quote, "It is irrefutable that youth cannabis use generates decreased cognitive function, impacts on attention, memory, learning, and educational vocational attainment, and increased adverse effects on mental health for our young people. Only pot profiteers have benefited from their existence here in Vista. Youth, families, teachers, and law enforcement have not. Here in our county, the average age of initiation of alcohol and marijuana use in San Diego County is the age of 12. Remember, this is an average, so alcohol and marijuana use can and does begin earlier. In addition, addiction is a pediatric onset disease, so preventing the initiation of harmful marijuana use cannot be underestimated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madeline Elledge, followed by Dawn Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Madeline, and I'm a high school student at Vista High School, actively involved in sports and ASB. I am here today because I have seen firsthand how marijuana businesses are affecting my peers. Vista currently has highly visible marijuana shops scattered around the city, normalizing marijuana use for teens like me. Everywhere we go, our way to school, to practice, or out with our friends, we see them, often painted with bright colors and prominent signage. Billboards for pot should be banned, just like tobacco is. High school students want to be the best versions of ourselves. I believe the city of Vista can do better by considering stronger local restrictions on marijuana advertising to protect our youth and maintain the character of our city. I think 11 pot shops is 11 too many. Also, we do not need special events where smoking and vaping is the centerpiece. There is nothing special about that. Certainly, we could do better for Vista. Carlsbad doesn't allow pot shops and certainly would never think a special event is an event that features vaping and smoking pot. Thank you for your time and working to make Vista a healthier and safer place so students like me can be proud.
Thank you, Dawn Taylor, followed by Joe Hood, followed by Bryant Rumbaugh.
I can't hardly talk. I'm here to advocate for smoking in apartments. I am a prodigy of somebody smoking behind me in the apartment behind me, and their smoke is seeping in. And I have been terribly sick. I've had a smoker's lung, and I don't smoke. I've had a smoker's cough, I don't smoke. I have headaches constantly. I don't care what somebody else does, but I care about my health. If you can advocate for us who don't smoke to protect our health, as far as let them smoke, but make sure they're off the property or somewhere where we're not being affected by it. I, again, have more medication, and I don't think it's fair that we have to live this way when we have all of you advocating for us in Vista and apartment complexes, and also 304 Vista residents they have found that are willing to comply with this non-smoking in apartments. But some don't want to, they don't care, and we need you to advocate for us. I'm sick every day. I can hardly sleep at night. I sit in my car sometimes because I don't want to go in my apartment. I was in Washington State. My son had flatlined, and I had to go to Washington State. It took me 4 days to clear, 4 or 5 days to clear up. And finally, I cleared up, and in another week, I had to come home. And here I am again, starting all over. So I'm a prodigy of what secondhand smoke can do to you. Thank you.
Joe Hood, followed by Bryant Rumbaugh, followed by Carol Jeffries.
Good evening. Imagine the impact of your brain being riddled with plastic. It is, now. And even more plastic will be in your children's and grandchildren's brain. That's a stew of up to 16,000 or more polluting chemicals in your brain. Oh, and mine. Quote, the concentrations we saw in the brain tissue of normal individuals had an average age of around 45 or 50 years old, were 4,800 micrograms per gram. That's the equivalent of an entire standard plastic spoon. That's the average brain. It's one half of 1% of your brain's weight, and a significant increase from a similar study done a few years ago. Please add a plastic bag prohibition to Vista's plastic ban law that would be applicable to all retail and restaurant businesses. Let's align Vista's law with SB 1053 as proposed by Senator Blakespear. Key provisions of SB 1053. 1, it bans most carry-out bags, prohibits stores from providing, distributing, or selling a carry-out bag at point of sale with very limited exceptions. 2, it eliminates thicker plastic bags, repeals the exemption for reusable plastic film bags so they can no longer be sold or distributed at checkout. 3, it allows some paper bags for a fee, permits stores to sell and distribute recycled paper bags at a point of sale for a minimum of 10 cents each. 4, defines key terms, provides specific definitions of carry-out bag, recycled paper bag, point of sale, and other relevant terms. And 5, it sets an effective date. The law's provisions and prohibitions go into effect January 1, 2026. Vista should follow, even lead on plastic bans. Our children deserve to be safe. Please act now.
Bryant Rumbaugh, followed by Carol Jeffries, and then we'll go to mayors on Zoom.
Okay, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. This is the first time I've been here. And I gotta say, your building is absolutely lovely. It's really nice. I like the fact that I'm nice and close to you guys as well. I am not a resident of Vista, but I am a proud American, a guy who wants to live in a better society. I know, Katie, I had the opportunity to speak to you at the Sandag meeting, and that was kind of fun. Okay, I'm a pretty busy guy. You know, what I can say is this, just like the gentleman before me, we have all of these issues in our society. And, I'm going to be hanging out with you guys a little bit tonight. We need to get ourselves in a little bit of a solution-oriented mode. And for the past 4 years, I've attempted to communicate with my fellow San Diegans. I've gone to many of these boards of supervisors in other counties as well, of really a way for we can, because that digital divide, it does exist, ma'am, okay? We need to harness technology, and we need to give the citizenry a tool, and that tool is going to achieve so many things. I notice you have a lot of young kids here in the audience tonight. I think that's great. I don't know if they're here doing a report or something. I think it's great. I plan to speak on that agenda item too. But taking the money out of the political campaigns will give them, us, me, you, okay, the opportunity to be heard. We can learn from each other. At the Sandag, I was talking about really the currency problem that we have. And I threw up a quarter. And it is true that 40 years ago that was made of silver, okay? Nowadays, if we flip that quarter, we live in a society where heads or tails, 50% of those kids are gonna grow up in a broken house, a single parent, okay? We need to, and there's nothing wrong with that, okay? I understand things don't exactly work out the way that they were planned. I mean, just look at my life the last 5 years. I mean, I have been on a mission, bringing a knife to a gunfight half the time. But I have to be obedient, and to be honest, America is the bastion of freedom. I am not a red guy, I'm not a blue guy, I am outside of that. I'm politically homeless, but I'm here to help because I care for everybody. I truly do. So, I'll be looking forward to hanging out with you guys, and we'll see where it goes. Thank you.
Carol Jeffries, followed by mayors on Zoom.
Hello, fellow Vistans. I'm here to talk about waste, but it's probably not the waste you think. I've been here long enough to have voted yes on Prop L, which funded, among other things, this building. And as you may know, a lot of people in town call it a boondoggle, Taj Mahal, grandiose tribute for the City Hall, by the City Hall, City Council. And personally, I'm okay with it. I think it's a great building. And I hope that it stands as a precursor to bringing, better things to the city as we go forward. And making our city as shining and vibrant as this building is. And to this end, I propose that we activate the totally wasted coffee shop in the lobby. Remember that citizens' taxpayer dollars paid for above and beyond our regular taxpayer dollars. We paid an extra half-cent sales tax to build this building, and that included that coffee shop, and it is a wasted space. We have a library just serendipitously right over here across the parking lot, no coffee shop. So I propose that we have the coffee shop staffed and open during library's open hours so that we can go and enjoy the library, come over here, enjoy this beautiful courtyard we have back here, and you have little tables down there. I mean, you're almost there. You're almost there. And we have coffee shops in town that you could try to see if they want to staff it. So, I want that ideal city of walkability, vibrancy. We have a trail that goes from the library all the way over to Brangle Terrace Park, and we're right on it here within City Hall. And I just feel like this is our building as taxpayers, and I want to be able to come in here, have a bulletin board or something where we can pick up flyers about what's going on in town, be informed, enjoy our building, have a cup of coffee, read our library book, and just really use it for the community that it should be used for. And, I think it's great that you guys have this wonderful, awesome building to work in, but we deserve to be here too. Thank you.
Now we'll go to Zoom. We'll start with Mayors, M-A-I-R-S, followed by Megan Stewart. Do we have Mayors, M-A-I-R-S? Next, we'll go to Megan Stewart, followed by Becky Rapp. Megan, are you there? Should we try Becky Rapp next? We're having a technical difficulty. Oh, okay. Our apologies to those on Zoom. We're having technical issues, but we hope to have them corrected by our second oral communication opportunity. And if you'll wait for that, hopefully we'll have that all fixed up and be able to hear your comments closer to the end of the meeting. Okay, that's going to bring us to our consent calendar tonight. The recommendations on the consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk secretary by using the raise your hand feature on Zoom or by pressing *9. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 6 items this evening. And we have a member of the public is asked to be heard on item C3. So we'll vote separately on that item. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
I move to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Very good. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, that item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to item C3, and we'll hear from Mr. Bryant Rumbaugh on that item.
All right, so I'm going to be up here talking about money again, I guess. Cash report. You know, like I said when I was up here last time, do we even have money in our society right now? We do have currency. It's a fiat currency. And many years ago when I learned how literally 12% of the $100 bills, which is the most printed dollar bill that we have, only 12% of them are actually even printed into dollars. In other words, the rest of them are just that digital, okay? So we already do have a cryptocurrency, okay? When I learned about the petrodollar, we've all probably heard of the BRICS nations going on. Do you know about the petrodollar, sir? You do. Okay, so that was when we decoupled from gold and pretty much the oil producers had to sell their product, their crude oil in dollars. And meanwhile, we have been, as a society, funding our lifestyle here in America, okay? I could talk about so many things. There's obviously a large, in the news, let's just say, the shrinking of government is, I guess, popular now. I mean, I think it never should have been unpopular. But for it to be unpopular, the engaged citizenry has to be there. The responsible citizen, and I'm not saying that we're not responsible. Most of us at this point in the game are, fighting to survive. Okay? Keeping it together. When America did have a middle class, which has been nosediving for a long time, things were different. Okay? We need to reevaluate how it is that we handle business in my country. We need to set a great example for the rest of the world. That Constitution, literally the exact words were utilized in so many constitutions, because before that, the Constitution was spoken out of the Pharaoh or the Caesar or the king. If he didn't like you, off with your head, that type thing. Okay? We can do a lot better. And I do plan on, showing a way where we can get started. Do I have all the answers? No, I'm an electrician. Okay, I mean, I'm certainly not a computer engineer, software designer. Okay, but we need to recognize that we are a highly connected society, even though people very rarely say hello anymore. Anyhow, I'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay, Councilmember Contreras.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move this item forward and accept it. And I just want to say, since the 1970s and the decoupling from the gold standard, we've had an interesting trajectory here in the United States. But I'm, very interested in the loss of folks being able to participate in unions, because if you really want to have a society where there's more balance between the workforce and labor and folks that have enough capital to own the means of production, you really need to be able to have that type of dialogue between the workers and the owning class, right? So I find your comments very interesting, but I'll go ahead and move this forward.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
I'll second. And thank you, staff, for putting this together.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, that item is approved unanimously. It's going to bring us to our first and only public hearing this evening, one regarding the Central Vista Business Improvement District annual levy. We will now open the public hearing. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Economic Development Director, Larry Voppel, will introduce this item. Mr. Voppel.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, members of the City Council. On January 28, 2025, City Council adopted Resolution Number 2513, giving notice of intention of the City Council to levy an annual assessment of the Central Vista Business Improvement District and fixing a date and time of a public hearing to consider the annual levy. By law, this public hearing has been properly noticed in addition to mailings to the businesses within the district and scheduled for the consideration of proposed assessments which represent no fee increases or boundary changes for the upcoming fiscal year. The CVBID is a funding mechanism which nets approximately $50,000 per year. The CVBID Advisory Board oversees these funds, and city staff administers the funds. The chair of the CVBID Advisory Board, TJ Crossman's here, and he'll just give a quick update on last year's activities.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. I am TJ Crossman, Chair of the CVBID Advisory Board. The Advisory Board is recommending that the boundaries and assessments for the Central Vista Business Improvement District remain the same for the fiscal year 2025 through 2026. Last fiscal year, CVBID revenues were used to host 7 events in the downtown Vista. This year, we are planning on growing attendance at these events to bring additional events to Vista. Over the last 12 months, we have significantly improved our communication with business owners to keep them informed how their assessments are being spent. In April, the board will be conducting a business walk through the bid to engage business owners. We will inform them of our goals and events planned for the year and solicit input from them on all CVBID activities. We have exciting plans to help activate the Avo Theater, grow our community artisan market, and bring more people to support downtown businesses by sponsoring free community events. Thank you for your continued support for Downtown Vista.
Thank you very much for your service to our city. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much, Chair Crossman, for all the work that you do in our community. And I just want to highlight that on March 7th, the AVO will be open for our downtown committee kickoff meeting starting at 6 p.m. So please feel free to invite as many people as you want to that. Definitely, there's a lot to consider, right, about how we can have more viability in our downtown and connect our businesses to more opportunity, whether it's collaboration within themselves or with other partners and our partnership here with the city, right? So I really have enjoyed the conversations. I know we haven't had a ton, but I have enjoyed those, and I look forward to continuing to advance more economic viability in the downtown specifically, and across the entire city. But I know that you're focused on the downtown, and so is this item. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move this item forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I will second that. And I want to thank staff and all the members of the commission for their great work. And with that, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay. We have 4 discussion items this evening. Our first discussion item is a continuation of the discussion on the San Diego County Sheriff's Office update that was provided February 11th. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon immediately after the presentation. Captain John Malin will introduce this item.
All right, where are we at here?
Welcome back, Captain.
Whoop. It's on? Okay, there we go. Perfect. And it's moving again. Double tap. There we go. Good evening. It's a long walk down here, and that doesn't help, does it? Thank you for having me back. As mentioned, last council meeting, Commander Boyce and I gave some reasons why we feel like we need a few more resources here in the city of Vista to help with combating crime and keeping our residents safe. The first one was the addition of the SNGT gang detective. And the second was the implementation of Safe Streets, which is a collaboration with the residents to work on video surveillance, to work on license plate reader technology and gunshot detection technology. So if I could, after my presentation, I received a phone call from a supervisor at the San Diego Fugitive Task Force, and he actually emailed me and asked me if I could share a few thoughts that he had about the technology piece of this, if that's okay if I share it. He said, I understand the city of Vista is considering the installation of automated license plate readers. As a supervisor of the San Diego Fugitive Task Force under the United States Marshal Service, I would like to advocate for this initiative in order to enhance the safety and security of Vista's residents. Our mission at the Fugitive Task Force involves apprehending individuals wanted for violent crimes, including murder, rape, sexual assault, crimes against children, kidnappings, and assaults with a deadly weapon. The ALPR technology has proven instrumental in locating suspect vehicles, tracking patterns to identify suspects' movements, and gathering crucial intelligence on their whereabouts. This not only saves law enforcement countless overtime hours, but also provides valuable information such as descriptions of vehicle occupants, aiding in faster and safer apprehensions. Moreover, ALPR enhances officer safety by enabling us to track suspects to secure locations away from the public and plan encounters with the appropriate resources and de-escalation strategies. Implementing ALPRs in Vista would greatly aid our mission to locate and apprehend violent criminals while ensuring the safety of your residents and visitors. So with that, I would like just to, open it back up to any questioning that you might have regarding any of those 2 recommendations.
Thank you, Captain. We'll start with Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much for coming back. Sorry, we almost finished this item last time and we just didn't get to completely. I want the public to know, because this is a continuance of a previous item and some really important statistics are left out of this conversation right now. That being that overall crime numbers were down 18.3% when comparing January through November 2024 with January to November 2023. This is a trend that other cities are not seeing. Their city of San Marcos, according to the information provided, Captain, by you and looking at Argis and those different resources, Vista is actually bucking that trend. We are seeing our crime rate decrease in several categories. And overall, that 18.3% decrease is huge. And I really want to give credit to the new majority on the council because they've been very prudent with the tax dollars, ensuring that we have a holistic and comprehensive way to address crime and an environment, right, of crime. Meaning, we have $1.8 million that we're going to be installing lights in areas that have historic number of petty thefts and other types of crimes where it's not well illuminated, right? We have given over 2,000 scholarships to our youth, right? We are providing different resources, a lot of these funded by our cannabis sales tax revenue. And so to me, it's not a surprise that we are seeing this amazing reduction in crime and an increase in safety. Of course, there's always more that we want to do. I, however, am not in favor of surveillance. The only way that I could ever get there is through many, many community workshops where we are ensuring that that their rights are preserved and that the community has a lot of say about what a surveillance program would look like. Are there benefits? 100%, right? So when it comes to safe streets and looking at surveillance, I think we have a long way to get to that point, in my opinion, as a city, and that needs to take into account many, many community workshops, in bilingual workshops in English and in Spanish. The other thing is what I have seen just anecdotally that has been helpful to our law enforcement when it comes to certain high-speed chases and whatnot. We've actually seen that our infrastructure, like roundabouts, traffic circles, have actually apprehended folks, right, they're not familiar, they're like in Escondido, they're going super fast because it's a grid system there, then they hit Vista, and then they hit a roundabout that they didn't know was happening. And so I'm almost like, okay, when we look at a comprehensive strategy, are we needing to, add other things that we believe could reduce crime, or do we need to continue on the path that we're going on right now, which is having a really comprehensive, more analog way of reducing crime and apprehending folks that are, speeding through trying to get away from law enforcement. The other thing, when it comes to an additional SNGT gang detective, one of the data points is that there are 200 known gang members, and you and I are going to find a time to have an offline conversation, but I really want to understand how folks get put into that database and how they are cleared from it, because I would just assume that there are folks on that list that are probably either not alive anymore or no longer affiliated with gangs. And are these folks coming from a gang injunction? There's been a lot of issues when it comes to civil rights and gang injunction. So I'm trying to figure out the connection between that and how someone gets cleared from that. Because I grew up here in Vista, and I have family members, right, that were in VHB and are no longer in VHB for a variety of different reasons. So when I think about, criminals, I also think about like, okay, I know some of these folks, right? And are there other ways that we can reach this population, right? And I think that is what the new majority on the council has been really looking at, funding these additional social resources. I would love to continue to have the conversation about adding more resources for you and the sheriff's department. But understanding that, the county has, over $1 billion for the sheriff's budget, and the request for another gang detective, is like $400,000 plus, and that's just 1 year, right? So we have to think about that. Whereas like a roundabout is anywhere between $600,000 to $900,000, and it's a one-time thing, it's a monolithic, right? So when we're looking at reducing crime and being able to apprehend people that are, allegedly in a crime, I like the way that we're doing it now, and I want to continue to have this conversation because I think that there's an inflection point where we could, as a council, have a discussion about, okay, this is an additional resource that we're willing to commit. But I would love to have a lot more community workshops before those types of decisions are made when we're looking at a reduction of 18.3% in our crime rate. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I don't think that this item requires a motion or anything like that. It's just informational. This is something I asked for, so I appreciate that you and Commander Boyce put this together, and also that you brought some of the technology last time to showcase it, because that's the first time I had seen that. I've seen it out in the wild and just not even noticed what it was, but so yes, thank you so much. I look forward to having many more conversations, and a lot of those being community conversations that we can have together. Thanks.
And we do have 3 members of the public that want to be heard. Go ahead and hear from them. We'll start with Mr. Brian Rumbaugh, followed by Joe Hood.
Okay, Brian Rumbaugh still. So, I do appreciate you recognizing the fact that maybe the surveillance state there's pros and cons to everything. I mean, once again, I'm going to be up here looking at from the 40,000-foot level. I'm not an old guy, but there was a time in my life when more or less front doors were left unlocked. People felt safe. I understand that we're dealing with a crime problem that hopefully is going down, okay? But there's bigger things at play here. With regarding the surveillance aspect, I mean, truth be told, I've installed more cameras than I would ever want to admit for a family business. And I've even installed those license plate reader cameras. Those very impressive. The amount of calculations that can be done. I mean, if that information gets in the wrong hands or is used the wrong way, we don't want to have a tracking system. Our opportunity in America was to be responsible, for us to dictate the direction of our society, live under God's law, primarily creator-endowed rights, God-given rights. That's really what set us apart. It was said that we had to be virtuous. I mean, obviously, when we've got a huge crime problem, there's a disconnect there. I appreciate you recognizing the fact that this form of capitalism, as it's called, I guess, I mean, informed capitalism would be different than this form of capitalism. Okay, but 100%. I want to say if you look up the definition, the short-term definition is it's the ability to capital. I mean, I can't believe I'm blowing this right now. It was verbatim out of your mouth. Okay. Me as an electrical contractor, what I can say is even the supply house is now owned by a foreign transnational corporation. I mean, are we in a race to the bottom here? Because that's kind of what it seems like. And with regarding the sheriff, I appreciate your service, sir. You know, we can tighten our belt. I mean, I was actually literally a witness in a police report, and I saw, 5 sheriffs did 5 of them need to be there? No, they didn't. But they hung out for 3 or 4 hours. It was a 911 call, but I'm just saying that has nothing to do with you, sir. But, okay.
Mr. Joe Hood, and then we'll go on Zoom to Ciro Amador.
Good evening again. I would like to support Councilmember Contreras' comments and add to them. I believe we can do a whole lot better with our money if we use societal and combined climate solutions to our problem. Our crime rate, as we've just heard, is down, but how about the impact of getting people in our streets, living in our streets and enjoying meeting each other? For example, with an initiative to develop 15-minute streets, to develop complete streets where people enjoy being out. Traffic calming makes great sense. Develop super blocks and mini blocks. I know that's the vocabulary that I haven't explained because I don't have time right now, but all of these initiatives would contribute to people enjoying the community, the city more, and by being in the streets, observing what's happening, and therefore reducing crime further. Let's do this in an intelligent way and work not to spend more money on technology, but more money on people and our climate issues combined with this stuff, combined with lowering crime.
Now we'll go, please do hold your applause. According to our ordinance, it's not appropriate at this time. We'll go to Zoom. Hopefully it'll be functioning right now. Ciro Amador. Ciro, are you there? Are we still having a difficulty with Zoom? Looks like we are. Apologies to Mr. Amador there and all the others on Zoom. We are trying to fix it and hope to be able to hear your comments. Mr. Amador, we will add you to our oral communications at the end of the meeting in hopes that we're able to solve the problem by then. We will close the opportunity for public comment on this item now, and we will go to Councilmember Fox. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember O'Donnell. Forgive me.
Don't try and skip me. I appreciate
Sorry about that. It's because I didn't get those gift certificates.
I've been waiting 2 weeks to have this conversation. Captain, thank you very much for the report last time and for being back here tonight. I know we ran a little bit long at the last meeting, so I'm grateful for your time here. I do have a few questions, because I think overall, because I've had a lot of conversations with other cities that are utilizing some of the technology you're asking for, but I still have concerns because I can be supportive, but I just want to try and address a few of the things. But one of the things I want to address, because overall crime is down, but one of the things that is on here is that crimes against society was up 35%. Can you explain for the public what a crime against society it is and how this technology may help in preventing that?
Absolutely. Let me flip over here to my the appropriate slide.
What did I read? Sorry. And for clarification, because I have 2 different numbers, Councilmember Contreras has one that says 22%. I have a sheet that says 35%. Is it 35 or 22%?
So there were 2 different forms of stats used. So we used both the National Incident-Based Reporting System, which is the new system. It's a new calculation of how crime stats are used. But what we had to use the UCR system to be able to go back years and years, and that was the slide that we presented that showed all the way back, I think, until the late 90s on stat trend. So the NIBRS is the new formulation for all crime stats.
Thank you.
So the crimes against society include drug, narcotic violations, pornography, obscene material, prostitution, weapons law, and animal cruelty. So when you look at the stats, as it relates to crimes against persons, crimes against property. The crimes against society, when that stat is high, that is almost by default going to make the other two sections lower, because what that means is most of the time deputies are out making arrests, drug-related arrests. What that does is that affects the crimes against persons and the crimes against property and lowers those.
Perfect. So actually, I have this kind of similar questions to Councilmember Contreras, but I understand the veiled response and not wanting to reveal any tactics you might use on organizing a list of active gang members. So I'm going to step away from that. One of the concerns I have, because like I said, I grew up in a city where all of this technology is utilized, and so I am supportive of it because I think it does help thwart and stop crime. But in 2021, Chula Vista, which has its own police department, it's not a part of the county sheriff's, just for clarity, shared data that they were gathering with the Border Patrol and other federal agencies. So I'm just wondering what mechanisms are in place to ensure that that doesn't happen at the county level.
And may I ask what data that is that they shared?
They were sharing LPR as well as other collected data basically with ICE and other Border Patrol agencies.
Okay, so that's actually controlled by state law. So we would not even be allowed legally to share that with any federal entities in that regard.
For the record, they did get in trouble for it.
Yes, I'm sure they did. So that is a violation of state law. It's not used for immigration enforcement. That's not our role, and it's not shared with them in any way, shape, or form in that regard. So yeah, to speak on what they did is I couldn't tell you, but we have state law and then we have internal policy and procedure that restricts that as well.
Thank you. So you had mentioned before the need for both cameras, LPRs, as well as the gunshot blast machines or phones, basically. In an ideal scenario, if you had a perfect world, how many of each would you need spread across the city to maximize your ability to keep our officers safe and to reduce crime?
That's a really tough question to answer. And actually, if I could read you a few stats on this. If I could find it here. So as I mentioned, approximately 60 LPRs are set to be installed in unincorporated San Diego County. San Marcos currently has 13, Carlsbad has 128, Escondido has 8, Oceanside has 10, San Diego has approximately 500, Chula Vista 140, and El Cajon 47. So to answer that question, I mean, it varies so much. I couldn't give you a number. That's something that we would have to sit down and talk about and look at the thoroughfares and see what the heat maps on crime mapping are showing us and install the thing where it's needed according to the thoroughfares through the city and to be able to get in relation to where the crime is occurring.
Does Carlsbad have one in like every mailbox? It seems like a lot. Yeah, but they also have a much larger budget than we have, so it's a little different. I actually spoke with Mayor Blackburn in Carlsbad specifically about this issue, and he had spoke about and not just for certain crimes, but he talked about everything from car chases to trying to track down warrants, stolen vehicles, human trafficking, Amber Alerts, a lot of different benefits that go into this beyond just the immediate action that's taking place in the time of, say, it's a police chase or just trying to pull somebody over. So I was trying to do my homework to see what other cities were doing and if they thought it was beneficial, and the overwhelming response I've received from a couple different people is that yes, it's been very helpful. There's not going to be a vote on this tonight, but the other issue that we really need to figure out is I need to know how many, and I know that's hard to do, or just get a rough idea. And the reason for that is because our contract is coming up, and we're going to probably have a 3 to 4% increase in the overall cost of that contract. And so when we talk about our budget, I believe it's later this month, or is that next month?
We'll talk about our budget on March 6th.
So in March, when we talk about the budget, it's just useful to have those numbers when this discussion comes back, because it allows us to see what we can actually afford to put in. As far as another deputy, I know that you and I had spoken. This was something that Captain Boyce at the time, Commander Boyce now, and I had spoke about prior to his being promoted. I guess I'd like to know, with the addition of another deputy, how does that help with caseload? How does that help with burnout? And what does that actually do for the benefit? I mean, is it going to take more people off the street, or what's really going to be the maximum output or outcome from spending another $400,000 on a deputy?
Yes, absolutely. So just to go back into that, I'd mentioned that there were gang investigations are very, very complex. It's an advanced investigative position. There were 40 gang-related cases in Vista last year. Specifically 15 of those involved 5 stabbings, 2 murders, 2 attempt murders, 2 brandishing of a knife, 2 brandishing of a firearm, and 1 shooting. So what I will say is these investigations are extremely complex and very, very time-consuming. And what happens is it turns into a reactive role rather than a proactive role. We need our investigators to be proactive, to go out and stop these incidents from happening by being out, not being trapped at the station, investigating the cases after they happen. And that's what's going on right now.
I have additional questions for you, but I know they can't be answered, so I'm going to ask you a different one. What's the average caseload for a detective?
For a gang detective?
Typically.
Caseload, like...
Or I should say, what should be the average caseload? You had mentioned the number 40, but what should be the average caseload? That seems like a lot.
That is, well, I guess that's subjective, but I feel that that's a lot. Any gang crime in Vista is too much. I couldn't tell you. I'd have to go back and look at prior years and see what their caseload looks like. But 40 is a lot. And like I mentioned, 10 of those cases were pushed off to area investigators, which takes them away from dealing with our domestic violence victims, with dealing with the burglary cases. Area investigators, they need to focus on the crimes that are occurring with the residents. The gang investigators need to be able to focus on the gang crimes. It's 2 very, very different things.
So this is what I'll ask the next time that this comes forward, because I'm sure it will after our budget discussion. Any rough idea of how many cameras we would need and where they would be located? How many LPRs would be ideal and where they would be located? LPRs I'm probably going to be more supportive of, just because I understand the immediate impact that they provide and the real-time data that you can get versus cameras which, while they record and may catch a crime, unless they're being monitored, I don't know if they share the same benefit, but I'm not saying I wouldn't have them. I would just not want 70 of them across the city, you know? But if you can have information kind of where you'd like those to be or what would be ideal for deputies to utilize them to reduce crime. And then also just, it'd be great to know what the average caseload is for a detective in a gang unit in cities that are similar to ours or that have the same type of gang activity as ours. Because 40 does sound like a lot to me. I know, and I don't want to correlate or compare the two, but I know that when we talked about social workers, I think they had 25 caseloads, and that was like an exorbitant number for a caseworker to have when dealing with an unsheltered individual. So I think for relevance, that data would be important when we discuss the need and necessity for an additional deputy. But at this time, those are the only questions I have. Again, I really appreciate your time. I appreciate the presentation that you gave, and I appreciate the work that the men and women in the department do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fox.
Thank you. I know that our council has been asking for this update. I watched a lot of the meetings last year before I was a council member, and I know they asked a lot for specific things that we could do to help prevent more crime in Vista. I did notice that that when in that presentation you ran through those numbers of gang-related incidents, and I happened to notice that our murder rate was, we had 2 murders last year and we had 2 gang-related murders last year. So 100% of our murders last year were gang-related, meaning that we could have quite the impact on violent crime here, which sounds like something that would be a high priority for myself, and I'm assuming for the rest of my council as well. So thank you for that. It does sound like with 20% of the cases being reassigned due to staffing, is that something where because they're not local detectives, that they have were the success rates of catching the perpetrators, would they be the same rate as if we were doing it locally? Would it be as effective as having a local detective on it?
So just to be clear, are you talking about the SNGT gang detective?
Yes.
They are in fact local. They are assigned to the station, and they are Vista's investigator. They focus on gang crime.
I'm saying for the 20% that were reassigned.
Oh, to the area investigators.
Right, correct.
Those are also in-house investigators under the Area Investigations Bureau.
Okay.
So 2 separate units.
Right. And I'm just wondering if the area detective units are as effective at preventing gang crime or catching gang perpetrators as our local gang unit.
Well, not to speak poorly about our area investigators, because they are absolutely incredible. In fact, I would say we have the best area investigative unit in the county. However, I will say that gang investigations is so specialized that it is a disservice to have them doing that investigation.
Right. That was my assumption, but I just wanted to make sure that my assumption matched reality. When it comes to technology, I've noticed when I was driving around, some of the construction sites will have cameras with like the blue flashing lights. Is that a similar technology? Is it the same technology? Any light that you could shed on that?
Very similar technology in that it's an overt camera system. It's not to be hidden. We don't want to put hidden cameras around to watch people. These cameras can be placed somewhere and even moved to other places at your will, based off of what's going on in that area. And like you said, there's an LED blue flashing light and a big sheriff's star on it. So it's recording. People see it, and gives people a peace of mind that while it's not actively being watched 24/7. I mean, we would never have the staffing to be able to do that. It's there to record if anyone decides to commit a crime.
Wonderful. So it sounds like the technology is already semi in use within city limits because of the private usage.
Absolutely.
And one thing that I heard said multiple times about this technology, that it was a force multiplier, that it was able to stretch or have each deputy be more effective at their job. And with the budget coming up, obviously that's going to be something that is really important, where maybe we can, with that force multiplier, each deputy being more effective, could be a cost saving for the city as well, which sounds like a win-win to me.
Oh, absolutely.
So, okay, well, that was, most of my questions were answered by the rest of the council already, or asked by the rest of the council, so I'll end it at that. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you for the questions. I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Fox. I think it's interesting for us to consider if the hiring of an additional position would result in a savings to the city. I think that we should also be investigating any type of intervention programs, right, that are a lower cost than this specialized detective position that could also result in a cost reduction to the city in crime prevention. As I mentioned in my comments last time, I just want to be on the record for this public meeting that I could support creating an additional position for a second gang detective, but I think we have a long way to go in order to demonstrate that need. I think that there's clearly a challenge with the load of our detectives, right, and how many cases that they're dealing with, and how that affects the workload of the entire department. But that burden, is it the responsibility of the city of Vista, or is it an ongoing challenge for the department? The level of oversight that our city has, we could approve an additional position, but if there's going to be claims that this position will reduce crime, and that's proven, as it was in the original presentation, all those statistics have to be made available for us so that we can evaluate those facts. And if the need is demonstrated, would it be reasonable with lowering crime rates to consider a promotion within the department, right? I could see myself supporting the position, but I do appreciate the comment and the idea about tightening our belts, right? If this is an area that needs more attention, while other areas are experiencing a reduction in crime and a more overall reduced calls to service, then would the department be willing to promote into this position rather than us hiring a whole new position? And then, of course, we have to consider how other interventions, right, and see those side by side to evaluate what's going to be the most effective in responding to gang violence. I'm really interested, thank you, Councilmember O'Donnell, asking the question about crimes against society, and we didn't get into that too much last time. And it sounds like it's the position of the Sheriff's Department that drug crimes and other really crimes against someone's own, personal life and the destruction of their own life ends up resulting in vandalism, property destruction, right? And so it's, according to the Sheriff's Department, it's important for us to arrest and respond to those drug-related crimes. But it seems like that might not be the case in Vista because our violent crime rate is going down, right? Our vandalism and crimes against others is going down, but we still have a substance use issue here. And that's really, I appreciate being able to have this type of dialogue because we do have, problems in our community. People see it every day, right? Amongst our neighborhood and within our own families, right? We know that there are substance use issues in the community. And I'm very, very interested in how we eliminate addiction from our community entirely. So I would definitely want to continue to have the discussion about this position. I really do want us to look at all the data available. And as far as the Safe Streets program and the Safe Streets technology, I agree with Councilmember Contreras that I would want the community to be very involved in those discussions, for people to be really well informed before we were to install any new technology. I think that the license plate readers are a little bit different, right, than the cameras within the community. And so, being able to explain to people the different ways that the San Diego County Sheriff's Department is conducting surveillance within the Vista community, that is absolutely necessary. We need to be providing that type of transparent dialogue. And we love community workshops, right? People are here, tonight. Thank you all for coming to get information. And we want to make sure that everybody's briefed on these topics as they come before us. And we know that any improvements to our departments, right, to our areas of the city, I know that there's requests from all over the city, right, for personnel, for technology. So I really appreciate you, Captain, being able to open a dialogue with us and bring us information that we've been looking for a really long time, really starting a conversation that we've been hoping to have, because, this is exactly what our community is looking for. We're looking for an opportunity to discuss, okay, what are our needs and how are we going to go about accomplishing them? So appreciate the opportunity to complete this discussion. I'm sure that it will come back to us in the form of a budget discussion, in the form of more detailed information, but that would be my comment for now. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a few more comments. I'm really curious about ghost guns because I know that those have been recovered in some of the crimes that we're seeing. And I don't think that we've done a resolution or there's any particular ordinance here in the city regarding that, but have you seen that there is something that the city could do to help address the ghost gun issue? And, you don't have to answer right now, but this is like something that we can continue to have a conversation about. Just very curious about that. Do you have any thoughts on that right now? Or would you?
Not right now. I mean, it is a problem. We're always seizing privately manufactured firearms, and it is a problem.
The county has funded a gun violence study, and Vista is one of the participants in that. So we are working with the county on that program, and they are going to make some recommendations to us on some things they think that we can do as a city.
Right, I've seen that. And when is that coming back? Is that going to be a public discussion or?
They're in their data collection part right now, but yeah, when they complete their study, we'll bring it back to council for discussion.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. The other thing is something missing in your presentation. I don't think I saw it. Is this heat map, crime heat map. And I know that if we pull that up, we're going to see my district come up on that, District 1, come up on that heat map. And one of the reasons when we're looking at adding surveillance and whatnot, this is why I really want to have bilingual conversations about it. Because people right now have the opportunity to put some kind of camera on their business or at their house on their own and then connect that information to your department, right, in some kind of way.
Yes, so cameras that are on a private residence, that would simply be information that's shared with the sheriff's department that we have it, that you have it and that you're willing to share it if there's a crime in that area. Whereas the businesses in a public-facing venue, that is the federated system where if the business chooses to and if their equipment allows it, it can be federated into the sheriff's system to where deputies are able to look in and see inside the business if there's a problem. For example, the 7-Eleven that I mentioned.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And unfortunately, we had a string of issues right in that North Santa Fe area. So, one thing that I would implore is, first of all, there's a lot of darkness, okay? I can't wait to see the lights go up because I know that that's going to enhance the safety aspect, in some of these areas. And that's something that I've argued for a long time, that we know there are certain areas that have high levels of crime, and yet they are very, very dark and unlit, right? And I remember going to one of the sheriff's department's community workshops where they literally said the safest place to park your car is next to a streetlight, right? So I would want to see how that affects crime rates on the installation. And at the same time, I would love for us to have some kind of a community bilingual town hall at Linda Roads. I would love to invite the businesses, right? Because I honestly, because there's this other way of integrating security through surveillance, I can't see a reason to move forward with additional big surveillance, right? But I want people to know that there's this other opportunity, especially for our businesses on some of these corridors like North Santa Fe, East Vista Way. I think we can just continue to have that conversation as a community. And if there is a cry from the community that, yes, we really want this other type of surveillance, then we are held here to be responsive and responsible to the cries of the public. So, but I just have not heard that. Anyways, the other thing about a heat map is we do have the Vista Jail. And I'm curious again about this heat map because when the they were showing us different heat maps, right, in calls to service, and one of the highest calls to service for them is actually at the county jail. And again, I do not want our taxpayers to have to foot that bill to create more safety in an area that is under the jurisdiction of the county, because the county just has such a larger budget than we do. And I don't think it's fair to augment forces from our budget because we have other things that we need to do, that we need to continue to do. So I really want to hone in on this issue with the Vista Jail because there's issues inside the jail, right, with suicides that have been in the past. I haven't had an update on how that's going. I would love to have an update on that. But knowing that on our paramedic and firefighter side, that it's costing the taxpayer a lot of money to respond to the Vista jail in that vicinity. And I also believe, there's a lot more community conversation and a huge appetite for talking about comprehensive safety. And I really do look forward to having some kind of an open community dialogue at Linda Roads. I think it's very close to some of these areas that have hot spots. And honestly, it's super dark there too. So I've been advocating to get some of these solar lights in that area. I walk from the transit station to my house and I walk on North Santa Fe. In that stretch along Vapa is extremely dark and it feels very unsafe when I'm walking and I don't know who's around me, and I am one of the council members that you will see actively walking very late at night. I walk my district it's going to sound crazy because I have a day job and all this, and sometimes I need to take my dog for a walk and it's 11 p.m., right? So I see what's happening. I see the presence of the deputies. I'm really thankful. But there's a lot other crime prevention through environmental design that needs to happen, I think, prior to creating I'm going to call it a surveillance state here in Vista. And it might not be the right term, but that's kind of how I feel, because I don't think that it's necessary at this point. But potentially, it's something that the public wants to do. So I really look forward to more community conversations. And I so appreciate that you want to have these conversations, Captain, because these are difficult. And I know you have a perspective, and you see this every day, and we don't see it like how you see it, but we see it like how our community sees it, right? And I want to be informed in your perspective. I want to be informed in their perspective, and I want to make the best decision, because this is not the federal government. We don't just get to print money here. This is real money that we have to use, and that resource is scarce, even though we've been very financially prudent and diligent. But honestly, I really want to thank you, because this is the type of conversations that we need to be having, and I appreciate it.
I just want to be the third person. I appreciate the Deputy Mayor and Councilmember Contreras. This is something that definitely should go to a public discussion. Like I said before, I do plan on hosting a town hall, and now that we've had this discussion, I will get one on the books. I'd love if you can come join me so we can talk to my residents or our residents in District 4 and have a larger discussion about the needs and necessities of these and just all the questions I'm sure they'll have. If you've ever talked to anybody over there, and the mayor can probably attest to this, and that is we used to have red light cameras over there, and they are not there anymore for a reason. So I would come armed and prepared with all of your responses to those questions and criticisms that may arise. But I would ask that we don't put anything on the agenda as far as approval of this item until we can have a community discussion about it. So that's it. Thank you.
I'll try to keep this short, and probably my last comment on this one as well. I was hearing some of the concerns about gun-related crime and drug-related crime, which I also echo. Were a lot of those arrests? I was seeing on the gang enforcement team that there was a large seizure of methamphetamine and fentanyl and things like that. So was a lot of that gang-related in Vista?
I don't believe that the gang-related arrests were heavy in narcotics. I will say that.
Okay.
It's not that it isn't there, but I don't believe that it was heavy in narcotics.
Okay. When it comes to the illegal firearms, would that be kind of do you believe that's gang-related?
It could be. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but in fact, gang-related crime is always almost related to violent crime. So
Right.
there always is weapons involved.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for the presentation again. Overall, I'm supportive of it, so I'm interested in having that budget conversation to make sure that it's something that we can afford, of course. So I look forward to hearing about it then. Thank you.
Captain, thanks for coming back to finish this conversation. I think you've made a very good point about our gang detective being overworked. I think also incredibly important, it's one of these, we didn't realize that we had 3 motor deputies and that motor deputies always work in pairs. So we had a third that was, working with the first 2, and we were getting half the utility, and we doubled our utility by adding 1 more person. Those are great catches for our leadership. I appreciate you and Commander Boyce explaining the importance for this gang detective. Particularly, I would imagine, maybe you can add some color to this, but I would imagine it goes both ways with a gang detective. Not only does it mean that you know who the players are in gang crime, but probably also it means that you know who the ones who are not, in terms of those gang members that may be aged out of, thank God, of criminal activity, knowing the people in our community. The Sheriff's Department saves us, we used to say $10 million a year, maybe it's more now. We've certainly looked, I look almost every year at the police budgets for Carlsbad and El Cajon and Escondido and other similar cities, and try to reverse my way into what kind of cost savings are we achieving? And it is significant, and we know it is, and we appreciate that relationship with the Sheriff's Department. But also, we know that in Vista, we have not made significant investments as our population has grown. And we've been, it's been great to see the statistics going down. Frankly, I don't believe any of the statistics, to be honest with you, because things have changed since I grew up as a kid. If somebody smashed your window out and stole your CD player, that's the kind of thing you'd call and you'd get a response. And, now a lot of things that we used to call and get reports written for, sometimes we don't, and it's tough. And we know we're the busiest station in the entire county. We, as we've grown, we've added 20,000 new citizens. We have not added more deputies. So not only do I think we're undermanned here with one of the most significant crime loads in the entire county and the documented busiest station with deputies running probably more calls per deputy on patrol than maybe anywhere else in the county. And we're doing a great job with it. But this idea that we have a gang detective who works for 2 years and then leaves a hole where we don't have somebody who knows the people, we have a detective that doesn't have a partner and so has to pull deputies off other details maybe to back him up, him or her. I think you made a great case here, and caseload alone would be enough, but having the redundancy and the ability to work in pairs so that when the senior detective moves along to his next post, his or hers, that we bring in, we promote the junior detective to the senior post. That makes a lot of sense to me. If we were anywhere else in the county, it might necessitate, in my opinion, I know not all my colleagues agree with me, it might necessitate a longer conversation, but the numbers don't lie. We are under-resourced according to a comparison with our neighbors and according to comparisons with agencies all across the state. And yes, there are communities in California that have more serious crime problems than we do, but we have a significant crime problem. Councilmember Fox, I think the point you made about 100% of the murders happening in Vista are crime-related. I got to say thank you to Chris Arce and his team at Public Works, because for a while there, I was seeing gang tags everywhere I went, and it really bothered me. And also thank you to our city manager. We've taken the posture that when we see a gang tag, gang graffiti, we're not, even if it's on private property, we're not even going to ask. We're painting it out, marking it out, getting rid of it. We don't want it to dry. We don't want the paint to dry. They're not going to take over our city. Not going to happen. And they're perpetrating the majority of the violent crimes. I, for one, don't have a problem taking a hard stand against violent criminals. I don't like people who commit crime, especially don't like people who hurt other people while they're committing crime. Everybody deserves to be forgiven once they've paid their debt to society, but if we have people committing violent crimes, they need to pay for that. And we need to take those people off the street, and we need deterrence. There's a concept I know you're well educated in, but sometimes we forget about this concept in law enforcement called general deterrence. The idea that if I commit a crime, there's a great likelihood that I will pay a price for committing that crime, for many people, actually plays a deterrent role in their decision-making about whether to commit crimes. And especially when they start thinking about serious crimes like armed robbery and carrying a ghost gun and this kind of thing. So I think it's really important that we are very, very intentional about putting people behind bars who commit violent crimes. I for one, am strongly behind it. I agree with the council. Significant benefits of the technology that we've discussed. I also want to hear from the community, and I want to know how our neighbors and the voters that we represent feel about it. I think they deserve to have their voices heard on this. And I think we should have a robust conversation about that, and we'll do that. And I look forward to that discussion. I know a lot of our neighbors, especially in District 3, there in the park, a lot of requests, also in other parks around the city, for cameras in the parks, because we have behavior sometimes in the parks that's antisocial, sometimes criminal, and it can deprive other people, other citizens that are law-abiding or just want to enjoy it with their kids, of the ability to enjoy it. So we want to make sure that we cover that. Thank you for the great presentation and for the good work that you and your deputies are doing. By the way, I got to, before I let you go, the arrests that were made recently, just a few months ago, I think it was 11 total with 8 felonies, that exposed the fact that there is an organized network of drug dealers living in the homeless encampments who are dealing drugs from those encampments and who are being resupplied on a daily basis by organized criminals. These are gangs, maybe gangs of a higher order than the street gangs. Maybe it is the street gangs. I don't know who. Maybe you have a better thought about, who's resupplying them. But we have drugs being trafficked daily in our community. And when we talk about 2 people being shot with ghost guns by gang members, we want to also remember the nearly 1,300 people that died of overdose in our county in the last year that we have data for. So we're talking about multiple large airliners going down all at once. And how would we feel and what would we react if that's what was going on in our community? But when we lose, I think it was 1,285 people that we lost, almost 1,300 of overdose, one of whom was a son of a friend of mine. I'm sure all of us now know someone who died of overdose. It's become that prolific. And in fact, it's so tremendously sad that probably all of us know somebody who died of overdose within the last year or two. It's a crisis of epic proportions. And I think that we have to take a zero-tolerant stand on methamphetamine, heroin, and fentanyl. These drugs are literally killing people right and left in our community. It's not an exaggerated statistic. The coroner can barely keep up with the number of bodies coming through the morgue because of this. So thanks for your leadership and all you and your deputies work to keep us safe. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you,
Council.
Okay, that is going to bring us to, and actually, we've got some folks, speaking of street lighting, we've got some folks waiting to speak on this, give us a little presentation on the street lighting assessment project. If there's no objection from the council, we're going to take item D4 out of turn so that we can let those folks present to us briefly. Hearing no objection.
Council, if I could just give you a little brief synopsis from the sheriff's presentation. We will bring the detective position to discuss as part of the budget presentation, just as an option so that we can look at the fiscal implications of that position. But that decision will come back to council as part of the budget. And with respect to the Safe Streets technology, we'll bring that back as a discussion item separately. And we can schedule workshops following that discussion if that's the council's direction. Thanks.
Okay, in this item regarding a streetlight assessment project will be presented by Assistant City Manager Imelda Huerta. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or by submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Ms. Huerta.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight's staff will be presenting an update on the Street Lighting Assessment Project, Capital Improvement Project number 8385. As a brief background, in May of last year, Council discussed this project, directed staff to begin a pilot project of 12 solar street lights, and directed staff to evaluate other locations and lighting options. The following month, at the June 11th council meeting, staff returned with another project update, and City Council directed staff to move forward with a solar lighting pilot project that includes the 12 solar streetlights and 66 identified locations. I would like now to introduce Adam Sanchez and Dale Curtis with Fonroche Lighting America, who will provide some highlights regarding the solar lighting product and pilot program, followed by our assistant to the city manager, Josh Sino Cruz, who will provide a further update on the project and the process moving forward.
All right. Well, good evening, council, mayor, deputy mayor. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Dale Curtis. This is my colleague, Adam Sanchez. And congratulations to begin with in beginning the transition to autonomous solar lighting. You're by no means the first, but you're still a leader in the transition. And I was here when you first approved it. I remember many of your faces, and it's been a little bit of a process as far as learning how to work with the city well and the processes and following those processes. But we've got all that ironed out, and we're able to go really fast. For the additional locations where you want to add lights, we know how to work with the city and make it happen really fast. And all of you are going to be really happy with the results. In fact, I'm curious, Deputy Mayor Melendez, how do you like the lights so far?
I'm sure you'll hear more from us in a bit, but I got a chance to visit the pilot site this week, and it was wonderful. They look beautiful, and from what I've heard from the neighbors, everything's going really well.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
It's an honor to be working with the city, so thank you all again. Here's a little bit of an overview. This is us here, of course. And so we've installed, there's 12 lights, like was mentioned, installed in the pilot project. And what we're able to do is install each light in approximately 30 minutes. So we're able to go really fast. What we do is we go in first and we set the pole shafts. We set all the pole shafts in the area. And then we come back and we put the top of the pole solar kit on top of those shafts to complete the installation. And we have a service center here just outside of LA and a staff here. So we're able to bring down pre-assembled kits and make sure the installation goes perfect and also really efficiently. Here's a little video on the City of Vista installation here. This is the crew preparing the top of pole solar assembly. This is what I mentioned as far as dropping the top of the pole section on after the pole itself has been set.
While we're watching this great video, we had talked about conversion of existing light poles, and not to interrupt your train of thought, but can you talk about the opportunity that when we need to refurbish or replace equipment to upgrade to a solar fleet?
Yeah, absolutely. A good way to think about that is, you mentioned the word refurbish. That's exactly right. So in areas where copper wire theft is rampant in Southern California, all over the U.S., and so a couple low-hanging fruit. Anytime the wire has been stolen, it makes no sense to put that wire back in the ground. You know, that no wire theft. Another instance is a lot of the infrastructure is in the country and everywhere is getting to be end of life. Makes no sense to replace that infrastructure, just convert it to autonomous solar. And then thirdly is when infrastructure is a little bit dated, say that the fixture is old, it's not as efficient anymore, we look at those also to retrofit those to Fonroche solar lights. And what's really cool is we're able to reuse, when we do that work, we're able to reuse a lot of these existing infrastructure. So if you have an existing foundation, we'll come in, we'll put our pole on that existing foundation, because that foundation, believe it or not, that's a big part of the cost. And so when we can reuse that, It saves a lot of money. And then
What about our concrete poles that we have existing?
Yeah, even better.
Can we reuse those concrete poles?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. We're doing a lot of that work right now with the city of Los Angeles, where they have concrete pole, a couple different varieties that are round, some are round, and some are octagonal in shape. And we have a retrofit kit to retrofit both of those versions.
Well, I, for one, would love to see a financial analysis of the cost to, when we get to the place with one of our streetlights where we have an existing installation, what does it cost to retrofit and what's the payback scenario? How long does it take us to get our money back since we can take we pay SDG&E based a cost per streetlight, right? Every year? Yeah. So it's pretty easy to figure out when we get our money back.
Absolutely. So the easy one is wire theft. That it's going to be lower cost to retrofit it to autonomous solar than to put that wire back in the ground, which would just get stolen again. Then where the infrastructure has to be replaced because of end of life, exact same scenario. Where it's a little more gray is when all the infrastructure is in perfect working order. Then you're just looking at a pure energy savings versus cost to retrofit. That gets more gray area on what makes sense. I usually recommend if the lights work perfectly, they have LED fixtures on them, everything's good, just to leave those good and address the more problem areas that are the variety that I mentioned.
I don't want to belabor my point, but if you haven't already pioneered, why don't you pioneer a solar panel fixture that adds on to what we have now, pole and lamp, to power that lamp? Just think about that. You don't have to, I don't expect you've got that all figured out tonight, but.
We do.
Do you? All right.
Yeah, so the best way is to use the existing pole and drop our assembly on top of that existing pole. And the reason why it's important to do it that way is there's other solar lighting products that some slide right onto the existing arm. In fact, Vista tried those, that type of thing, and it was a disaster. And it's a disaster for all cities that try them. And the reason for that is because it's a very small solar panel and a small battery that slides on there. And you have to do infrastructure grade solar lighting, you have to size the system. You have to, based on the worst case scenario of how much energy you can collect. So the worst solar day is in Vista over the last 10 years, which generally end up being a cloudy day in December. The system has to be sized, the power center, the batteries, the solar panel, to work properly under those worst case conditions. And therefore it has to be that type of system I described rather than an all-in-one package that slides onto the arm.
But the batteries are all at the top of the pole. You're not copper wiring back to a central battery.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you for answering all those questions. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
I think I had my hand raised for after public comment, and so
very
I'd
good.
love to continue with the conversation and stay in the queue. Thank you.
Very good. We still have a few more things from staff here, so I'll let you finish up.
Yeah, just to finish on the presentation, just an overview of how solar lighting works is during the day, it collects the energy, charges the batteries, and then in simplistic terms at night, it runs off the batteries. The solar panel itself acts as what turns the light on and off. When the sun goes down, it stops generating energy and turns the light off. And then the reverse happens in the morning when the sun comes up. And the benefits, when you do infrastructure grade solar lighting, you guarantee the lights work properly every day of the year. There's no maintenance for over a decade. There's long warranties. For example, everything we do with you is a full 8 years, parts and labor, which is really unheard of. So in addition to that, there's the sustainability element, there's the renewable energy element, the safe streets element, Vision Zero. All of those are perfect for what we specialize in. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to now introduce Assistant to the City Manager, Josh Sino Cruz, who will provide further details and an update on the project and the process moving forward.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Tonight I'll be providing staff's update on the lighting project. All right, just a quick overview. The street lighting project is focused on enhancing public safety by improving lighting, particularly in areas where it is scarce or non-existent. This initiative aligns with key city council goals, including public safety, fiscal responsibility, and climate and environmental responsibility. Last May and June, the council approved a pilot program for solar lights, directed staff to gather resident feedback, and authorized the installation of solar lights for the remaining 66 approved locations. So the pilot program for the first 12 solar streetlights faced some challenges and delays due to installation specifications. The primary issue was that the installation was in unimproved areas where poles were placed directly in the ground rather than on sidewalks or concrete. After review by engineering staff and a soils consultant, updates were made to the installation specifications and the project moved forward. Construction began last week and the project should be done within 1 or 2 weeks. And here's just a reference map showing the neighborhood where the pilot program was launched. So after completing the pilot project, staff will engage with the community to gather feedback and input on the solar lights. This will help guide the next phase of the project, which will include installing solar lighting at the 66 approved locations. Additionally, new lighting requests have been received from both the community and staff. With approximately $1.85 million remaining in the program's budget, it is estimated that after installing the 66 additional lights, around 80 more can be added. These requests will be evaluated based on feasibility, public safety, aesthetics, and budget availability. Community feedback, input, and lighting requests will be promoted through Our Vista magazine, social media, city newsletters, workshops, and community partners. The effort will direct the public to our dedicated online site, vista.gov/solar. And here's a map of the 66 approved locations for your reference. So staff will be coordinating with our contractor to move forward with the next phase of these installations. And that concludes staff's presentation on the lighting update, and we're available to answer any questions and receive any further comments and/or direction regarding community outreach. Thank you.
Okay, and we do have one public speaker on this item, Bryant Rumbaugh.
Okay, well, that was a pleasure talking to you when I just arrived before the meeting. You know, it definitely bummed me out when he said how, you know, you kind of said that the utility was kind of getting in the way of the needs of the people. In a little bit. Is that a fair statement, I would assume? SDG&E?
Yeah, so yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Go.
Anyhow, that's the type of stuff that we don't want, okay? You know, technology has advanced. I've actually done off-grid homes. I mean, the young man right there says it's a nickel metal hydride. Hey, man. And I even give you a chemistry lesson in the hallway. I told him what an ion was. Okay. You know, I have mixed feelings on this. Okay, I did take a look at the fixture out there. I think it's obviously great for the infrastructure when it is not in place. Me understanding as an electrician, the LEDs, what's going on there. And really the fact that every night around 12 p.m. they discharge huge amounts of electricity to get it off the grid. Okay, that's why we have time of use rates and all that type stuff. Obviously, streetlights are via a photosensor or a timer is essentially not going to be on during the daytime optimally. Anyhow, I've done some research on Sempra Energy, SDG&E's parent company. They do have, I understand that they're based here in San Diego. It's an example of institutional investors. Who are they? That's my question. Okay, I mean, we have a ton of people that can't even afford rates for their electricity. Everything is going up. So, this particular thing, I'm looking forward to going and checking out the street lights just because it's kind of new to me. I've already forgot what I was going to say. I appreciate it. I'll see you on the next one. I liked your comments. Means of production, okay? And just imagine, going back to the LPR cameras, imagine if the citizenry all gave a thumbs up or thumbs down digitally, where you guys had that information prior to a system like that is possible. That's really the essence of why I've been showing up to these meetings. You guys got a good group here. I've enjoyed literally input from each one of you guys. So I mean, keep it up. The representative form of government, the Republican form of government, we can't let that slip away. It's got nothing to do with Republican and Democrat. Okay, I'll see you in a minute.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's very exciting. Thank you, Dale and Adam, for joining us here today and for following this process. I'm so pleased with how this turned out. I just want to commend your team that was out there last week doing the installation. I heard just accolades from the neighbors. I heard that there was someone brought cookies out to the folks working on the lights. People were bringing bottles of water, right? The neighbors were so hospitable because this is exactly the type of infrastructure improvements that they've been looking for, right? Sometimes, government will go into a community and they'll say, oh, we're going to do this or fix that. And it's not welcomed at all, right? But this is so welcomed from the community. And I think that our history of how we got here really is a testament to how we should move forward with other projects. I know that myself and Councilmember Contreras, years ago, I think it was in maybe 2022, first began to advocate for funding to be allocated towards street lighting. And now these 12 lights in District 3, my neighborhood's over there, it's illuminating the street. And it's just so amazing to see it come to fruition like that, and to see the neighbors so receptive to it. I'm very, very pleased. And the customer service that you all have provided, working with the city on kind of the administrative end, and then also like on the ground, everything. I could not recommend you guys more. You guys have been amazing. And then our staff, we have a next phase, right, of what we can do next. And I see us going through a more expedited process, right? We have a lot of information available, everything from my, one of my first kind of informal surveys that I put out on my newsletter. I'm the only council member that puts out a newsletter. I haven't written one in a little while, but I might get back to it because we want people's opinions. We want to know where they think that they could benefit from better lighting in our community. And since we're just having conversations about safety, right, this is one of the best uses of our previous budget surplus, right, is to improve infrastructure to have a safer design in our neighborhoods. So as far as next step goes, I would be supportive of taking a look at the spots and locations that have already been identified as potential next sites. But before we do that, make sure we get really good feedback from the pilot program. If there's lights flickering or if, something falls down, right? You never know. Things happen. But I think so far we have really good connection, communication with those neighbors over there. I've walked that neighborhood a dozen times and everybody's super friendly. So I know they're very happy with installation. Everything's gone really smoothly. It's amazing to see the lights up in the neighborhood. And for the next steps, I think that we have already identified some great future sites for some of these lights. And I just want to say amazing job. It's been such a joy to watch this come to fruition. Thanks, y'all.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, I was, one of the things that I didn't want was to have a light that was not comparable to the type of lights that we have. And I really appreciate staff and you working together to answer the questions that the council had, right? Because when we look at a standard pole, it was twice, 3 times the amount of one of these. I can't remember if it was like 25K or 20K for the concrete pole. Do you remember that?
I think it was at least double.
Yeah, double. So, I'm really hoping that this goes well. We've seen it in other cities that, they've had success. This is just one of a few steps that the city is taking to fire SDG&E and Sempra. We have been wanting to fire them for a very long time. And we could have actually fired them like a whole year earlier, but there wasn't a majority on the council that wanted to do that. So, and had we done that, maybe some folks could have been, put into NEM 2.0 instead of 3.0. But anyways, that's in the past. And they're on their way to being fired. And this is another way that we can fire them. We don't need them. They actually created a lot of issues when we were trying to go a different route. And it's just unfortunate. But anyways, so can you clarify the total amount of street lights potentially if we minus the ID'd locations? How many are we looking at?
I'm sorry. What
So
was
like
about the
there's
duplication?
already some identified locations outside of the pilot program. So if we minus that number from the total amount that we have left, what is the delta on that?
So if those additional requests are all approved, I would say it would be about 50 more locations if all of those were approved.
50?
Yeah, about 50. But
Okay.
that's a really conservative estimate.
Okay. Yeah, and I just want to continue to advocate for more lighting around Boys and Girls Club in our new park, Benito Juarez. It's super dark. That's Redlands, West Orange, Calle Chapultepec, Avenida de la Plaza, Calle Independencia, and then also along that stretch of Vapa to Linda Roads. But I want to offer this to my council. We have a petition system for speed humps. I think that it could be a good idea to have a petition process for streetlights. If we cap that at a certain amount, maybe we say, 25 streetlights, we're starting a petition process. Everybody, this is how you can do it. And that way, that's another way to get neighborhood buy-in, because we've seen that with the speed humps, right? Not everybody in the city likes them, but the neighborhoods that want them really, really want them. I think that potentially we could use that as a model for having a petition process for streetlights, right? And maybe there's some kind of framework that needs to be designed, just like we have that with the speed humps. Some areas you can't have them. I don't know what that looks like, but I'm just offering that as a suggestion or a recommendation, because I really like when we're able to provide our community different tools, and the petition tool is a great tool, not only for community engagement and having that open dialogue with their local representatives and government, but what I've seen is neighbors getting to know neighbors. And the byproduct, the co-benefit of having this petition system is that we get to see folks talking to one another. They live super close and they've never spoken to each other, but now they have this common issue that they want to address. And I have seen a lot of new friendships be fostered through this program, through the petition program that we have. So, potentially this is a way to do it. Haven't fleshed it out completely, but I just want to offer that to my council and to staff as a possible path forward for a certain amount of streetlights. Again, I don't have all the numbers, but I'm thinking, somewhere maybe around 25 or so. Other than that, fantastic. I'm super excited that we're finally going to bring some more lighting to our community. This is something that the community asked for. And in fact, back, Deputy Mayor is talking about when her and I were really fighting for this. Deputy Mayor actually created an entire survey, and folks were really just super jazzed to participate in that. And we had several dozen speakers, I believe, that came forward and said, we want streetlights. It was a conversation where we were talking about, do we want to add another deputy or do we want streetlights? And the community, almost 100%, if I'm not mistaken, said that they wanted streetlights. So this is a way that we can deliver something that the community has been wanting for a long time, and I'm glad that we're able to maximize and stretch our dollars so that we can get more lighting. And it's, completely renewable. So thank you. I really look forward to seeing this unfold, but I think a petition process could be a interesting way to move forward with it.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
It would have to be a very, very well-polished petition process, but I could be on board with that. I agree. I have some random questions for you, and then I'm going to get to the kudos because I think this is amazing what you're doing. First, have we had a lot of copper theft from our utility lights here in Vista?
No.
That's a nod of no, but I understand what you're saying.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
that is good. Hopefully not coming to a city near you. How many solar light companies are out there that do what you do?
We're the only one.
So that is my next question then, because in California we had a ton of solar companies, including the one that I had put solar on my old home. And then they went out of business without telling us. And to track down who was actually responsible for our panels was quite an experience when we sold our home. So I guess my question is, and it's not going to stop anything, I'm just out of curiosity, what happens if you were to go out of business? Who would service our solar lights?
That's an important question. And so typically where that's a concern is smaller companies. And quite frankly, there are some other solar lighting companies out there, but the majority, pretty much all of them, are like 5, 6, 7 people working out of an industrial garage, putting stuff together, sending it out into the wild. Those types of mom and pop companies are, in my opinion, a primary concern about going out of business. Fawn Roche, where I can tell you, we're over $100 million company. We're an international company. Our largest projects internationally we're lighting up 2/3 of the country of Senegal, for example. We are pretty much every city in the US is our customer. We have close to 300,000 lights installed worldwide. So all these have to be on long-term maintenance plans, whether it's Fawn Roche or someone else. 300,000 lights across the world. Whether it's Fawn Roche or someone else, the lights, the longevity of the lights will be maintained. But still, Fawn Roche, we are the largest solar lighting company in the world. And we are a specialist. We don't hobby in solar lighting. We don't do solar lighting and 3 other things. We specialize in solar lighting. It's the core of what we do.
I appreciate that very much. I actually met some of your staff in Sacramento at a Cal Cities conference, and while very professional, they were very fun as well. But they were trying to pitch us, and I told them that they were already sold because we had literally just signed the contract with you guys to move forward with this project. But it was a delight meeting all of them, and they kind of explained more in detail. Well, I don't know if you can get more in detail, but in detail what we should expect, and showed us all the different samples and took us in the tent and showed us the lighting, and I was extremely impressed by all of their presentations. So I just want to say thank you. And the reason I say this, and it's not that there is not a need in District 4, but I know that there is a greater need in some of the other districts in our cities, that were not planned communities. And so to be able to bring this product at this cost into neighborhoods that desperately need it is a huge win for all of Vista. And so I'm looking forward to continuing down this path and eventually even adding additional lights beyond the 50 that may even have budgeted to make sure that our city and our residents get the lighting that they need, and you're going to be a huge part of it. So while we're at the forefront, as you say, you are at the forefront of changing our city and making it much safer. So I thank you for that. And just keep up the good work. I have not been to the beta site yet, but I do plan to get out there. I'm looking forward to seeing what it looks like, and I'm looking forward to the implementation of these lights because I think it's going to be fantastic, and it's a huge win for all of our residents in our city as a whole.
Thanks, sir.
Councilmember Fox.
Perfect. Well, I'm probably the only face up here that is new. So it's a pleasure to meet you. I did get to watch the meeting online at least, and I think I've never seen the mayor so happy when you told him how much the savings was per light. I was probably the happiest I saw him all year on that one. So so good job on that. I was very impressed with the installation time. 30 minutes to after the polls in is I mean, I think we all went, wow. That's very well done. And so the fact that you can be that efficient and get that stuff in so quickly probably is one of the reasons you're able to save that time for us. So great job on that. This is kind of a newbie question, so I'm going to apologize for that. But are we on all LED lights here in Vista? Okay.
I should clarify, I think almost all of our lights are LED. I'm looking back at Chris, is it 100% or we're close? We're close. Majority have been converted.
Is that something where the very last couple, it would be a cost savings? That would be something that we could target for the new lights, as rather than retrofitting or anything.
It's something to look at, but it depends. It depends on the situation of those existing lights, and it depends also on what it looks like to maintain those lights. Like when we can go in and we can retrofit an existing light pole in 30 minutes, sometimes the existing lighting infrastructure is a rat's nest of grid to deal with, and it becomes quickly labor intensive and a mess. And so doing the retrofit simplifies it. But it's without looking at the specific scenario, it's hard to generalize.
Okay. And this is more of a question for city staff, but what is the current process to request a street light?
Right now, we've received some feedback from the council members in the past, but residents can just call us, email us, submit a work order at public events, email. Is there anything I'm missing?
Yeah, pretty much that's the avenue that they can use, but I think with the vista.gov/solar, that's going to kind of streamline everything a lot more, and we'll be able to get in touch with the resident directly.
Correct. Right now, we're tracking, but as Josh mentioned, once we have that website open, it'll streamline the process quite a bit.
Beautiful. And my very last thing was, is this something that we could involve some of our commissions in, like our either public safety on some locations or environmental commission on, get them involved in this process?
Would probably be appropriate for public safety, so sure, we can bring that to them.
Thank you so much. And that's all. Thank you very much for everything you do.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, only one question, and this is probably more directed at city staff. How do we get our current lights off the grid? I have to imagine because it's going to be sporadic in where these lights exist as far as the solar lights. How do we get the ones that are powered by SDG&E that are no longer needed or obsolete off of the grid that we're paying for? Because I can't imagine they can just turn off one like a light switch and then leave the other 5 in the neighborhood on.
Chris Arce, you want to come up and answer that question?
And I think also too, I think we've kind of visited this in the past, and to decommission the lights, it would cost a significant amount of money as well. But I can let Chris kind of.
No, I understand. I know that it was something that we discussed before. I'm just, what I don't want to do is not only be paying for solar lights, but also paying SDG&E for lights that we don't need, because I'm sure that they're happy to take our money.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. So yeah, you couldn't just do one. It would be a stream on that block where you depending on how many lights are on there, and then working with SDG&E. There may be only a couple on certain block, it depends on what they got tied into that, and that'll be disconnecting that, and then those 4.
And at the rapid speed that they move, I'm sure that would be done right away.
Well, we've been working with them.
You don't have to answer that.
Okay.
That's okay. I do have a question though. I know that we had some lights that we were waiting to get repaired, and I think we had been waiting about 6 months at that point. Have we ever heard back from them about any of that?
Yeah, they've done a couple of them that we've not all of them, of course.
But for the record,
we are
not all
working
of
with them,
them,
and it is
right?
definitely we're working out forward on a better relationship with them.
Okay, I just want my friends at SDG&E that I know, I mean, my actual friends that work there, this is not against them, but SDG&E has not been a great partner with our city. And I'm hoping that that changes. But those are all the questions I have. I just want to know about when they become obsolete, how we can get them off the grid so we're not paying for them.
And if I may add, STG&E did set up a standing meeting after the recent conversations with Public Works and engineering staff. So there are standing meetings that are occurring.
Tell Joe I said hi.
Would it be accurate description that you have to do the whole circuit? So a circuit might be like around 10 lights, so then that whole circuit would need to be retrofitted and disconnected. Is that an accurate way it works here?
Yeah, and it would vary throughout the city, so I don't want to say it's only one way and that's what's the way it's going to be. But I mean, if you're looking at an overall picture, yes, it's going to be one of the circuits that runs those lights. You disconnect, and like I said, depending on how many lights are on it, it would disconnect that many, and then you'd go from there.
Yeah, and just for the public, it's a monumental undertaking. So there's no expectation that this is done overnight. I was just a curiosity, so people understand that if you see 2 lights on, there's a reason for it.
Very good. That's going to bring us to our second discussion item this evening, our item D2, regarding, thank you everyone for your great presentation there and your good work on the solar lights. That's going to bring us to our second item regarding a public arts master plan. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Recreation and Community Services Director Mike Pacheco will introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item we have before you is the Public Arts Master Plan, and the recommendation is to provide direction on establishing a Public Arts Master Plan program. We received direction from the Public Arts Commission to bring forward this proposal in the efforts to expand public art in Vista. Wanted to also point out the downtown-specific plan has the Paseo Santa Fe Arts and Culture District referenced in here. And as this is a quote from the plan, encourage the concentration of arts, cultural and entertainment uses and venues and supporting uses and build of existing assets, including venues, festivals, and special events. And this is the map, in case not everyone's familiar with this area, Paseo Santa Fe. The intent is to create a vibrant, attractive, and livable downtown for existing prospective residents that also attracts regional visitors. The plan, we had put some examples in the agenda staff report. Just shows some other cities that have done master plans in their surrounding area. With reaching out to some of these consultants who developed these plans, we found the approximate cost would be anywhere between $100,000 to $200,000. And with that, we're here. I'm available for any questions or comments.
We have one public speaker, Sarah Spinks.
Hi, good evening, Council. I'm a local artist and arts organizer. I recently closed an art space we had in downtown Vista, so long time fan of the arts. I want to say thank you to Councilmember Fox. He reached out to me recently, and we met for coffee, and we talked about this item coming up. That was also a mural of mine on the back of the AVO that I created with the community, and I love all the language in the downtown specific plan that was created about an arts and culture district. And so I just want to say that I'm fully supportive of this plan. I think that this maybe is a long time coming. The plan in the agenda item, the plan that I really liked was the one from South San Francisco. In it, I want you to know that they really called out language and dedicated funding to staff. So I think that this plan, this idea to create a plan is great, but I just feel that I have to say none of this really happens without dedicated staff. And I'm speaking from experience of just being a volunteer who loves art and doing so much for our community for so long. Like, I'm not a martyr or anything. I did it because I love it, but I don't expect anybody else to ever make that choice. It is so much work. And I think that if we're going to create a plan like this and to actualize it and to really go after those grants, get that funding, really create this district and actualize it, we just have to invest in staff, and that's really what I wanted to say. And I really am excited to see this hopefully move forward and to see art grow in our community. We have a lot of really creative people. And I think the only other thought that I have is when I organized that art space for so long, there's so much music in Vista. We have a great performing arts community. We have visual artists, but we have so many young people who make music in this community. I think in the time that I was at Backfence, in that 7 years, we had over 500 rehearsals take place. People used our space as an accessible space to rehearse music. And I think young people in that, like 17 to 25 age range, that outlet is really valuable to them in our community. And I think providing them that space, it's something else I think that could be talked about with the master plan, is just creating that space for musicians as well. Thank you.
I'm going to start the comments off on this. I love our public art, and I appreciate our arts commissioners who are doing a great job. We want to see our downtown and our entire city full of public art. Want to see it anywhere we can. It displaces graffiti and really makes the city cheerful, improves property values. I think it reduces crime, creates a great sense of wellness and community. So I am so supportive of it that I would rather give the Arts Commission $100,000 to give as grants to artists than to spend on a master plan. My objection is to the master plans themselves. We're spending, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on these plans. I read the Oceanside plan cover to cover. It's like 42 pages. It was 12,500 words. And I went through the conclusions in the plan with our city manager during our meeting this morning. And to put it mildly, they were not groundbreaking. They were very obvious. Now, it's a nice looking document if anybody will read it. But please, let us spend this money on commission for artists instead of spending it on a document that says we all want more art. I think our Arts Commission and our staff can work together with the council and the community. Let's have a workshop on public art. Let's bring, instead of hiring somebody with a Harvard MBA, to come and lead a discussion, I'll lead the discussion, you'll lead the discussion. I'm sure we'll have no shortage of volunteers here. I'm sure that some of our staff and community members would volunteer. We can have a meeting without hiring a $200,000 consultant. The amount of these master plans, so I'm going to be against all future master plans because, I've read these documents and there's not a lot of groundbreaking information. If I spend $200,000 to conduct a study and an investigation, I really want to learn something that it's like, wow, that was $200,000 worth of knowledge right there. Amazing. Things we never would have thought we would have learned before. But please, it's a nice to do thing, but I think let's spend the $100,000. Let's agree. If we got to spend this money, let's spend it to commission artists. Let's give it to the Art Commission, let them figure out how to program it. They can come back and make a proposal to the council. And I'm sorry, I somehow pushed the wrong button here, got everybody out of order, but I think Councilmember Contreras is next. And then did I delete somebody out of this list? Oh, okay, very good. Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, you know what, actually, Mayor, this is something that I discussed with a city manager as well. I feel like if that's a motion to give $100K to the Public Arts Commission, then I would second your motion.
If it's in lieu of the plan, we can still do a plan. I just don't want to hire a Harvard MBA to write it.
Yeah, no,
Let's
I
write
think-
it here in our own city.
I think we could do it. I think we could do it in-house. We already have a graffiti abatement pilot program, which was about $75,000. And Mr. Conley, how many murals are we anticipating? 10 or 7? I can't remember.
5, I believe.
5, okay. Yeah, I think this is a great way to infuse money into the community for local artists now. And I really appreciate Sarah Spink's comments regarding music, because I think that first, I would like the Public Arts Commission to maybe like help us define the scope, right, of this and identify areas in this Paseo Santa Fe Arts and Culture District that need a little bit more arts and culture. I would also like the Public Arts Commission to look at additional arts and cultural districts. I think, my district definitely deserves to be on this arts and culture district map as well. I know a little part of it is, but I mean, there's a lot more beautification that can happen. But I think part of the scope should be music and art third spaces in the public right-of-way. Where do we have public right? It's like a different concept than a pocket park, right? It's kind of like pocket park adjacent, but it's different installations. Like, for example, when I go to Santa Barbara, they have different art installations that are even utilized for their public transit. And they have like really cool different things that you can sit on, right? Like there's I remember a beach scene, just like in the middle of a street, right? It was super cool. But I feel like there's different areas throughout Vista, and in particular in the arts and cultural district that we're looking at right now in Paseo Santa Fe, that definitely could use some enhancement. And we could have, could we have a space big enough that maybe has a little stage, right? That has some other art, has a mural, right? Where we can have pop-up music. I think that would be really interesting. I'm 100% supportive of both doing a master plan. I think we can utilize our resources in-house. And then when we get to a point where it's like we need a little bit more help, we can get that feedback, right? And then look at, hey, do we need to put $35,000 to help someone contract to do, the rest of the legwork, whatever it might look like. But I'm ready to just say, Public Arts Commission, you have $100,000, bring back some more plans, define the scope, and let's see how we can get some art immediately into the community. So I'll make that motion, and hopefully there'll be a second. And I think the Public Arts Commission will be super stoked to have a $100,000 budget, especially after they knocked it out of the park with the graffiti abatement pilot program with the $75K budget. So if this passes, this would be like the largest, I think, amount of money that we've provided to our public arts in a significant way, along with the previous $75K. So anyways, that's all I have to say. I'm ready to see this be all over Vista.
I'll second that. Maybe we can have direction tonight for staff to basically include this in our year-end fund balance, if we think we're going to have sufficient year-end fund balance.
Sure, I thought you were going to ask me to bring it back as part of the budget, but the year-end fund balance would be a much better place to take that money, so.
And that'll give the commission time to do some planning, right? And decide how knowing the council intends to approve that amount, that'll give the commission time to think about how they'd like to spend it, and maybe put some calls out to artists. And then, I was thinking, and I was talking to Mr. Conley this morning, let's get a master's student, or a fine arts student, or any student who's working on an arts program, and let's invite them to come and take notes and maybe put together the plan. I saw Oceanside. They had gone and taken photographs of their public art installations, and then they laid out the text over top. It's a beautiful document if anybody takes the time to read it. And I don't mind making a beautiful document, but here's what I'm thinking. I told Mr. Connolly, I said, if you get paid $100,000, $200,000 to write one of these, I said, we ought to all quit our jobs and start writing 40-page documents. I mean, I've written book reports that were more extensive and more insightful. But $8 a word, I did the math on it, $8 a word. That's good money right there. But I think, and here's the great thing, because writing these reports is not going out of style, let's get an arts student who wants to help us put something together. We can have a gorgeous product. Maybe even the commission knows somebody who would like to help. And we could set like $5,000 to maybe compensate them. But if you could make one of these things, then you could go sell the next city for $200,000. If that's not an incentive to come do it for free for the city of Vista, I don't know what is. I mean, like, you could write 5 of these things a year and make $1 million. I might give up my business and being mayor, and I could make $1 million writing 4 times, is that 200 pages? And 12 is like 100,000 words, and I could make $1 million. I mean, I'm trying to make a point about the money we're investing, hiring these consultants. It's obscene amounts of taxpayer money. So definitely second that. I think we can put together a beautiful document. We can get some students involved, some local artists. We can have a great big meeting in the community room or wherever is the best place to meet to talk about art. Maybe when the weather's nice, we do it outside and, and just have a great, confab of Vista artists. Maybe we can make an event out of it. Councilmember O'Donnell.
I feel like you just did the entire commission's job for them in your dialogue.
Just suggestions.
No, I agree. I think that this is a great idea. When this was brought forward, a master plan, and this is something I will agree with the mayor on. I think we've done like 3 of them so far. To spend another $100,000, $200,000 on one, I don't think would be a benefit to the public, because I think that our Arts Commission does a fantastic job. I really do. I think they do phenomenal work. So I'm happy to support $100,000 going towards ideas that they can come to fruition and bring back to us. I think an artist's garden, I had mentioned this in a conversation before, but different gardens where however you want to activate them, whether it's through statues or just different artworks or sculptures or whatever it might be another avenue that we can take it. It helps us beautify our public spaces as well as expose our public to the arts. Ms. Spinks, who spoke a few minutes ago, I cannot underscore, I have not lived here my entire life, but Sarah is one of the first people that I did meet living here in Vista, and I think that she is grossly misrepresenting just how impactful her work in the city has been in the arts and through back fence, and just she's there all the time, whether it's just keeping the city clean through community cleanups, pushing for Kites Over Vista, pushing for all these different things. So I just want to say thank you for all the contributions you've made to the city of Vista, because I don't even think that we'd be this far without your dedication and work, and I mean that very sincerely. But yeah, those are all my comments. I'm very supportive of what we're going to do moving forward, and I'm looking forward to see what the commission has back. The $5,000 idea, literally as you were saying it, that number popped into my head, so I'd be supportive of that as well. And that's all. I can't wait to see what comes of it.
Councilmember Fox.
Beautiful, thank you. I did take a look at some of the documents, some of the plans, including some quote-unquote award-winning ones as well, that I think were a little toothless, and so they did come up with, I just would be very hesitant to come up with something, paying a couple $100,000 to have something come out that says art is good, like we all know that. That's So I think the idea of having our commission get a little bit more involved, it is commission season, so I'm meeting with a lot of the commissioners right now, and one thing that they all kind of mention is that, they wish that they were relied upon a little bit more, that they had a little bit more community impact. So, getting them more involved on coming up with what the goals and the scope are of what we're looking to do with our arts program. If you don't have goals, you can't create actionable items, and if you don't have actionable items, you don't know where to invest your money, and so it's not a good way of going about it. And I think coming from our community itself, with our Arts Commission, who are community members, who are artists and everything, as the first line of defense, at least before we start looking at plans, is not a bad idea. So I'm on board with all that.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Council, and I totally agree with you, Councilmember Fox. If we could support a framework that is clear on our goals, right, then I'd say that any level of expertise is a great contribution to that master plan, right? We don't have to hire a consultant in order to develop a master plan. I completely agree we can do it in-house. So this would be my feedback. As many of you know, very supportive of the arts. I'm an artist myself. I did a little doodle here for the mayor, so that's my claim to fame. Please frame that. And here's just some recommendations for maybe a little bit of direction for the Public Arts Commission. So definitely agree, goals, right? We have to set some goals and develop a framework. One of the things I think would be really interesting to see kind of come back is for us to evaluate how public art impacts all of our city departments, right? And we are an agency, after all, that we kind of have to self-reflect. Just top of mind, things that I'm thinking about, art is part of our economic development, right? Art, it contributes to public safety. Art provides local identity to our parks, right? So in every single one of our departments, there's going to be some sort of value that art has. And so when we think about implementing public art, there's a lot of avenues for us to do that, because ultimately, I completely agree with Sarah Spinks. Work doesn't get done unless somebody is there to do the work, right? And our established staff within our various departments may be the ones that are, putting out some of this art or managing this art in the public right-of-way. So I want to do that. I want to think about how art impacts our city and our departments. But then I also want to fold in what we're already doing, right? Thank you, Councilmember Contreras. You're reminding us that we have this graffiti abatement program. That should be in the Arts Master Plan, right? And so anything that we're already doing, the AVO renovations, right, of our local municipally owned theater, that should be in the master plan too, right? So we kind of already have some things to start with, but it's, if we're going to do so much, right, we want to have some goals and we want to hone in and really give ourselves some direction. And I also say yes and completely agree to funding for artists. I do support using surplus funds for this, but it would be nice to, I could talk to the city manager myself, or I would like the council to also entertain conversation about funding sources for this. Realistically, it might come from year-end fund balance, right? But it's just kind of good to know what our options are, even if we end up going with surplus funds at the end of the day. But that funding going directly to artists, it could be for murals or sculptures of a certain theme. I think it'd be really nice for our Public Arts Commission to speak to themes, right? Some themes that I like are unity, resilience, freedom, right? These are themes that I think, sunshine and our beautiful environment, those are all themes that I would love to see in our art. I also think that funding could go towards historical placards. We have a lot of cool historical areas, and you see them in like tourist areas in other cities where there's, a placard you can read, right, and get a little bit of the history of that community. And I think we love to celebrate our history. The funding could go towards events and venues and be more interactive in nature. So yeah, it could be so many different things, but I definitely support funding going towards our Public Arts Commission so that they can create an amazing plan that can be implemented so we can have real art in the community. Thanks for bringing this forward.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, these are all fantastic ideas and conversations, and even being able to have pop-up venues. I know, Sarah, you talked about the pop-up venues and some of the vacant storefronts and whatnot. I think being able to take a look at that again. And just to clarify the timeline, so if we're talking about year-end fund balance, and then we're looking at the schedule that Public Arts Commission has to meet, this means that they probably have to get started on this immediately, right? Because then it's going to have to come to us. I don't know how many meetings they have between now.
Quite a few. We wouldn't be hitting the year-end fund balance until probably November.
Right.
So they have that time frame to develop their plan. We can still allocate the 100 grand at the year-end fund balance and then review the plan when it's done.
Okay. Yeah, and I would just like to continue to get briefed on it as to where we're at in the plan, and if there's additional need for direction, that we would be able to come back here and just have a quick discussion and provide some additional direction if that's requested from the council or the commission. Okay, well, thank you. We have a motion on the floor.
Well, great collaboration. Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor, I really liked something that you said about the historic plaques. What would be really cool is if when you came to the downtown, we had a historic tour, and maybe the bottom of that plaque maybe each plaque is numbered. So okay, this is number 12, and I'm on the way to number 13, and maybe there's like a wayfinding arrow to that. Oh, and maybe we could even have, I don't want to pay for an app, but maybe we could geotag those. I bet we could do that for free on Google Earth or Google Maps, and then you could navigate your way from one.
Take them to a city webpage, right?
I think that would be fun. I think that could bring people into our downtown or just really enhance the experience. Sure, I think it's great. We just celebrated 60 years, but in reality, we're really 100 years old because VID was really the first organization that really put Vista on the map by bringing water here so that we could grow crops and irrigate, and that's what really started. So this genuinely was really our 100th birthday. I think it's a great time, and we have Jack Larimer who's just retiring, but we're going to lose some of our great historians. It'd be a good time to think about that and how do we get some of that history. I met Slick's family from Slick's Liquor, and I never dreamed that there was actually a man named Slick who was a real contributing member. He was a baseball, Little League coach, was a pillar of the Vista community. And I all these years drove past Slick's Liquor, and I thought that was kind of a funny name for a liquor store. But Slick was a guy that was really a great member of our city and an upstanding citizen. So I love learning about the people that came before us here in Vista. We have a rich history. Councilmember Contreras.
Sorry to press my button again. I know that we're pretty much done with this item, but I just want to lend a third to the idea that Deputy Mayor had about history. I love your idea, and Mayor Franklin elaborating on it, and that made me think about, could we also capture some of these oral histories, right, and have like a Vista StoryCorps, and that could coincide with the placard, right, and it can be public facing, because you're right. I mean, I think we really do need to capture some of these stories and these figures in Vista. We just had several big figures in Vista pass, right? And how great would it have been if we would have been able to, capture their words and their ability to describe how Vista has changed, how they impacted it, or, whatever the case might be, some history on a particular thing. Maybe someone had a store there and it's now something else, right? Who knows? But I think being able to capture that, and also multilingual, right? Being able to work. We had the Paseo Santa Fe, the lofts, right? That mural kind of went through this different transition where there was more communication with our indigenous communities, right, in the Luceño. So I also think that that's something that we could fold into this as well. But great discussion. I'm super stoked about this. Thank you so much. And, we don't always get to make a motion in second together, Mayor. So this is a great opportunity to build that common ground.
That's fantastic. Councilmember Fox.
I just want to speak quickly on that tour part. I know there's a member of our community who runs the Downtown Vista page who actually had a Vista Tours YouTube channel and some of that, and he was doing something similar to that. So, I mean, my company was one helping him make the video, so I'll probably have, now that I'm on council, have to back off of that and give that to someone else, but I think we could very easily pass that on to somebody.
You can still volunteer your services. Wonderful. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, I just want to give kudos. I think between the three of you, those are excellent ideas. I love the idea of even creating plaques for historical figures. I know that in our neck of the woods, Norm Hallis, who is still with us, but received a plaque for all the work that he's done throughout the Shadow Ridge area, and I'm sure that there are other pillars in the community that have done so much. I mean, we have natives that their families have lived there their whole lives. We have immigrants that came here that eventually immigrated and stayed, plus all the people that have moved here from throughout the country that have made huge impacts on our community and our city as a whole. So I will be the unofficial fifth on this one, and just say, yeah, I can't wait to see what comes out of this.
And we could have a QR code on the plaque that links to the video. Yeah. Right, like imagine if we did an interview with Norm and we had that linked on a QR code so that when you're like, who's this Norm guy?
Yeah.
Right, and you could watch the video.
And he has so much history and knowledge. I mean,
really cool.
our previous mayor who served on this council for 24 years, I can't imagine the stories that she could have, and to the QR code. I mean, you go to any historical city, these things exist already, and so you're walking around and you read them, and it'd be great to have something like that to where people can actually not only learn, but can turn it into like an adventure along the way and bring even more people here to our great, amazing city.
And I think the first one should be, not to get too far.
Ian O'Donnell.
I think we should, so we have the two Vista arches that book in Paseo Santa Fe. I think, and that was a project that was 20 years of Vista history. That project was about 20 years in the making, right? All together at planning. It'd be really cool to recognize all the people that were involved in making that happen. And maybe we could have the 20 years ago folks on one arch, and then the people that were there. Yeah, wouldn't that be cool? That'd be kind of neat. All right, we have a motion, a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. And that'll bring us to D3, our discussion item 3, our last discussion item this evening regarding civil rights community presentations. If any member of the public wishes to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Councilmember Contreras requested this item to be on the agenda, so we will ask her to introduce it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor. I wanted to bring this forward because there are a lot of knowledgeable organizations that are conducting different workshops, and I just want to provide explicit consent to the city to be able to work with those knowledgeable organizations if they wanted to utilize the Morris Vance Community Room to have a Know Your Rights workshop, that would be available to them. And so it really is just a broader conversation about folks understanding the constitutional rights that they already have. And, we have some great partners. I see St. Francis Church is here. I know they've conducted a lot of different workshops that have been very well attended. And I really just am looking for consensus at the council level to provide this explicit consent to the city and to city staff to be able to engage in Know Your Rights workshops. And we wouldn't necessarily be leading those workshops. We don't have anybody within the city that can, facilitate that, but we definitely have space in order to have facilitated conversations with other organizations that would like to do so. So with that, that's all I have to say at this time. If there's public comment, I would love to hear it. and then we can have more discussion on the council side. Thanks.
We do have, I think it's 4 public speakers on this item. We'll start with Joe Hood, followed by Mary Corey, followed by Irma Rosado Christ, and then Bryant Rumbaugh. And if you would, please come forward and be ready to speak when it's your turn.
Good evening one more time. I remember walking around London and seeing Charles Darwin lived here. Wonderful. But to this topic. From the LA Times today regarding Kern County, a few quotes, not contiguous in the article. Raids rounding up field hands and day laborers without regard to whether they had criminal offenses and sending them back across the border. In some cases, the workers left behind spouses and children, many of them US born, who are now struggling to get by. In our perspective, this is quote, it was definitely meant to terrorize the community and especially the Latino and farm worker community. During the wait at the center, Marta said, she cried inconsolably, worried about becoming separated from her kids. A sympathetic agent eventually set her free, she said, but her husband and brother-in-law did not make it out. It was so aggressive, she said, and it really took us aback. Patrol agents stopping people without reasonable suspicion that they had violated any immigration laws and arresting people without warrants. That's the end of the quotes from the article. ICE has recently taken people off the street in Vista. Local students in our school system are missing school, staying home, fearful, even though they may be citizens. Do we really want fear and cruelty in Vista? Everyone needs to know their rights. We must protect all Vistans. Education is invaluable. I support making our spaces available to the community for education and to eliminate or minimize the pain in our community.
Mary Corey, followed by Irma Rosado Christ.
Hello, thank you. I'm Mary Corey, a Vista resident, and this is my first time at a council meeting. Thank you, it's been very interesting. I'd like to say that I'm a proud granddaughter of Irish immigrants who came to the U.S. and created good lives in this prosperous, welcoming country. But this country has always been torn on the issue of embracing immigrants. On one hand, the compassionate hand, our Statue of Liberty stands as our national symbol, embracing freedom-seeking immigrants of all races and classes. And our religious culture tells us to follow Christ's guidance to welcome the stranger and feed the poor. Yet, on the other hand, Americans also have to live with our shameful history of discriminating against Irish and Italian workers, rounding up Asian Americans into detention camps, disparaging Mexican immigrants after stealing their land, and in our darkest moment, kidnapping and enslaving Africans in order to profit from their labor and very lives. We see these two opposing visions of immigrants here in our current times. In the fierce traditions of Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez, California is committed to providing a protective sanctuary for immigrants who deserve respect, equal rights, and economic opportunities. I am extremely proud to live in the sanctuary state where advocates are trying to assist our immigrant residents with educational outreach such as Know Your Rights campaigns. Yet, in an opposing vision, our current president and his followers spout hate and fear toward hardworking immigrant residents. Unfortunately, Mayor Franklin is aligning with this side by publicly supporting SB 54, a bill that challenges sanctuary laws and requires local police to assist in ICE actions. By repeatedly using fear-mongering terms like rapists and murderers, supporters of this bill show us their ignorance and bigotry and terrorize our neighbors with an out-of-control law enforcement presence and practices. So I urge the City Council to condemn the mayor's public support for the SB 54 bill and to reaffirm our commitment to support the immigrant communities in Vista. And I urge the council to collaborate with Know Your Rights advocates as they provide valuable assistance and resources to our vulnerable neighbors. Thank you.
And is Irma Rosada Christ here? Okay, she's not present. Brian Rumbaugh.
Okay, thank you. So I do, I'm coming to the conclusion, I understand that this is what this is about, the civil, this particular agenda item with regarding maybe the ICE deportations, that type of thing. I did just come out, showed up to your guys' meeting as an intruder a little bit, because I'm here to try to make a difference, because I want to see America prosper and America live up to its potential. And, in America, we are the government. Okay, we are supposed, it was we the people that were to shape this under God-given rights, awarded rights. Constitution gives no rights. It's funny. The Supreme Court in this country, it was actually the initial purview of it was to pretty much a dispute occurred between two of the nation states, the Republican form of government. They were stepped in and kind of said, okay, I got you two fighting over here. We need to remember why we're all here. A problem that I've noticed in my country, there's so many of them. That's why we got so much to fix, guys. We do. And I can beat around the bush all day long. What needs to happen is we do need to get education into our citizens. There are people that are coming to America who literally understand more about freedom than people that, or really what it is they're up against, than people that have lived their entire lives here. And that just shows you how poor of a job it was done to us by our educators, our school system, everything, okay? We got to give ourselves some strong introspection here. Because what has gone on, I've been to the board, I think it's SB 554, I believe is what the woman was trying to refer to. Okay. More or less, by us living the way that we have printed our money off the backs of all these people in these other countries for years. We've invested in what is it, the Dole Fruit Company. United Fruit Company, while they own 70%, the Banana Republic, that really occurred. Okay? Our priorities are out of whack. The Republican form of government needs to make a strong comeback, and everybody needs to change. Because so many people think that they are correct, and they, I can't just cut them down. I have a heart. Okay, I got to wake up really good. Thanks for letting me hang out, guys.
Thank you. Sarah Spinks, and then we'll go to Zoom, and we'll hear from Mark Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you again. I want to say thank you to Council Member Karina Contreras for bringing this item forward, bringing this opportunity maybe for our city to support organizations who want to host these kinds of workshops. I think that, kind of off the back of that last speaker, it's like, knowing your rights. It's real important. That's part of what makes this a strong democracy, right? And I'm going to speak from experience, my personal experience. I had my First Amendment rights violated by my local government one time. That's a story I can tell, right? But I know my rights. I knew my rights. I'm helping continue to make this a strong and healthy democracy by knowing my rights. I don't know that City of Vista has money to be investing in, hosting classes or workshops. Maybe that's not our role necessarily, but do we have space and can we support organizations who do that work in our community for our neighbors? Sure. I think we can do that. I think that's very doable. And I think that makes our community a safer community when they interact with law enforcement, when they interact with our institutions like our government, the Humane Society, law enforcement, our schools, right? People know their rights. We have a safer community and a stronger democracy, right? And don't we all believe in democracy? Don't we all believe in the United States and all the rights that are afforded to us through the Constitution? We all believe in that. In fact, here in the city of Vista, we recognize Constitution Week every year. We're like, yeah, we love the Constitution. We're shooting off fireworks at Bringle Terrace. We're like, yeah, America. We got the flag right there. We should promote knowing our rights. And yes, like I just said, maybe we're not hosting the classes or bringing the educators in, but we got a space. And if you want to come here, you can know your rights too. Education isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing. Keeps the democracy healthy and safe. Thank you.
Now we'll go to Zoom, where we'll hear from Mark Johnson, and then we'll hear from Mayors, M-A-I-R-S. See if we got Zoom working now. We think we do. Mark Johnson.
Mayor, I apologize. It looks like it's still not working. So we'd like to suggest anyone that's on that wanted to provide comment to submit written comment to public comments at vista.gov, and we will include those comments in the minutes as long as they get them to us by the end of the day tomorrow.
Very good. That's public comments at cityofvista.gov.
Can I ask just a clarifying question? Are folks able to call in? Is that still the same problem if they call into the number? Okay.
Well, yeah, we're not getting their audio.
Terrible. Okay.
They're not able to send us a chat message, are they? Okay. Okay. Since they're at home right now, if they want to, anybody that wants to make a comment, I would think tonight, because we're having technical difficulties, perhaps we could read some of those comments if they're short. If they want to email them between now and, I'm guessing we're going to have a conversation here that'll go a little bit. Maybe we can, anybody else that wanted to be heard, maybe we can read their comments. Just a thought. Let's start with Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate, staff trying to work on getting everybody's comments in. It's a really important part of the public process, and technology, sometimes it doesn't work. So that's really too bad tonight. I have brief comments on this item. Thank you, Councilmember Contreras, for trying to be a bridge between organizations that have called for the city to provide information to the public and the public that is looking for that information. I think the city is uniquely positioned to provide services to the community in this way. And it's not unfamiliar to me. Know Your Rights discussions and programs are something that I've done several times now with the help of our city staff and the use of our facilities specifically for tenant rights. I've hosted, through my office as a council member, I've hosted mobile home park town halls. I've hosted programming for tenants, right, to be able to get access to services, rental assistance, to get access to just basic information about what their rights are as tenants. And so this sounds like it's more related to constitutional rights. And as a council member, I did swear an oath to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. So it's absolutely in line with some of the work that we need to be doing. I would support the use of our city facilities. I wouldn't ever want to censor any of our council members if they ever wanted to host a program to provide education to the public. Now, as far as which educational institution or subject matter expert or nonprofit organization is best to provide that information on constitutional rights and, specifically related to immigration, I'm not sure who the best group is for that. I know we do have an existing contract with Universidad Popular, and that they have maybe some expertise, right? So maybe we work with partners that we already have. We try to connect people to those services. But as far as the idea of being able to host a city program to conduct education, that is something that I've seen be very successful from a tenant rights perspective, and provides people a lot of reassurance of what their rights are, so that they can move freely throughout the community. They're not having to live in fear. They can be empowered to have that good communication and pursue their goals and pursue their happiness. So I would absolutely support it, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Councilmember Contreras.
Mark Johnson actually sent an email and he would like for me to read it. These are his words, not mine. He's listening. As we enter into this new hostile administration, we are extremely concerned about the direction our country is headed. The lack of adherence to the rule of law, lack of proper education and qualification of candidates, the dismantling of federal agencies, which impacts both Democrats and Republicans, are just a snippet of what we are facing. We would like to know if anything is being done at the local city level to combat these horrendous measures that are currently taking place, as well as any planned town hall meetings to discuss. I attended a town hall meeting a couple weeks ago with Congressman Mike Levin to discuss with a group of very concerned people, both young and old. It was more or less a wait and see scenario taking place. However, we cannot wait. We need immediate action. What concerns do you and your committee/mayor have? Have your constituents brought their concerns to you as well? We are not only concerned, but also very angry of how this may and will impact those that are approaching retirement age, for which my wife and I are nearing. Obviously, it was quite a disastrous first term, 2017 through 2021, with this guy who shall remain nameless. And we can only expect things to get exponentially worse, considering how emboldened he and his cronies have become. He is extremely dangerous to our country and will be even more so with the yes men and women he and Congress have appointed and confirmed. Please reply back with your thoughts, concern, and possible remedies. He called in because he saw that this item was on the agenda and wanted to provide comment. And he can't, so he asked me if I could read his email. I honestly, this is not a difficult decision for me. City manager, I have a question for you. At this time, have we been approached by folks that want to conduct these types of workshops and meetings?
No.
Okay. So I think what we can do today would be to let folks know that we have space, publicly available space, that if ACLU or Universidad Popular or Vista Community Clinic or St. Francis or whoever the organization might be, if they want to be able to conduct a Know Your Rights workshop where you're simply going over your constitutional rights, such as your Fifth Amendment right and your Fourth Amendment right, I think that's a great place. The more education that folks have about what their rights are, the better. And this is something that I would like to join myself, because I think I need to understand a little bit more what my rights are. So that's where I'm at, I don't think that this is controversial. I think what is controversial is the attitude and the enactment of belittling folks and taking away their rights, because these are human rights, they're constitutional rights, and in the state of California, SB 54 is state law. And it was taken to the Supreme Court, right? and it was found constitutional. And I know previously, when I was on your side, there was a whole discussion here that the council wanted to join the Trump administration's amicus brief to fight the state of California on SB 54, popularly known as Sanctuary State. Yeah, so anyways, that's where I'm at, and I'm just looking for the council to say, yeah, this is something that, we're okay with doing. If I need to make a motion, I'll make a motion, but I think that just consensus from the council would be enough direction. And is that correct, City Attorney, that would be enough direction, or should I be making a motion?
It would be enough if there was consensus on the council without a motion.
Fantastic, thank you.
Can I make one comment to what you're suggesting?
Sure.
As I understand it, you're offering to open up city facilities to any group to come in and speak about know your rights and, this subject. If we were to do that, it would potentially cause the city facilities to be quasi-public forums. We would then have to open it up to any group that wants to talk. And I don't think that's what you as a council want to do with your city facilities. So I think it's perfectly fine, as the deputy mayor has indicated, as an elected official, you have a right to use city facilities to conduct these workshops, town halls, invite groups to come speak. But if we simply open it up to the facilities exist, anyone who wants to come, that turns it basically into a public forum, and then we have to treat everyone equally. We can't treat anyone different based on points of views. So I just want to add that.
Isn't that how it is already?
It is not. We do have a facilities rental agreement, and everyone that uses the city facilities has to pay a rental fee, deposits. There is a way to request a waiver for those fees, but any waiver request has to be brought to city council. Yeah. I know of no waiver that has been ever brought to the city council. So every event has been, for town halls, workshops, has been, somewhat sponsored by, hosted by a council and elected official. If it's potentially a city event for municipal services like, CEA, we had, kind of workshops, things. Right. So the city, there has been some type of involvement either by the city officially or by an elected official.
So if there's consensus on the council, we could say, hey, we have various city facilities, and to conduct Know Your Rights specifically, and there is a waiver that you can, because we haven't received one, people probably have no idea that there's a waiver out there. And then that would come to council, and then we could just say, yeah, that's fine. It could be put on consent, or it could be put on a discussion. The other thing is, if I want to give explicit consent to city staff, that if there is a Know Your Rights workshop happening somewhere else in the city, and we are invited to be there and maybe table and have different, other resources that are community-based resources, that our city staff would know that that is okay to do. So that is my intent with having this discussion, but I think it's totally fine if it has to come to a council meeting to get explicit authorization for any kind of group that is going to have a fee waiver. But it would just be made known, if there's consensus on the council, it would be made known to the public that there is this fee waiver for this particular workshop, and just in general, right? I think this is a great conversation, because there's a lot of folks that probably want to utilize the community room that had no idea that there's a fee waiver, because it's very cost prohibitive to purchase, to use on an hourly basis. So would that be?
I think that's, yes. I mean, in that situation, anyone wanting to use, like, say, the Morris B. Vance Community Room, they would fill out an application, and then they could, per our guidelines, request a fee waiver, and then that would come to council for discussion.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. And, that's something that we could have on our website, right, if there's consensus from the council, to let folks know that these facilities there's a process to access them. So that's where I'm at right now.
Mr. Chung, Mr. Question for Mr. Conley first. Do we know what our annual revenues are for the use of the Morris Vance Room?
It averages about 50,000 a year.
Okay, and I think we charge about $1,500.
It's hourly rates based on the different groups that use the facility. It ranges from about 100 to 375 an hour.
Okay, so maybe the $1,500 is for the day. Okay, so the next question is for Mr. Chung. If the city council votes to allow a use that expresses a constitutionally protected, First Amendment protected, either a political or religious point of view, and then another political or religious organization would come forward with a request for a fee waiver, and that would be denied, would according to the jurisprudence of the Supreme Court, which has basically said the government cannot engage in content-specific censorship, would we have a leg to stand on if we wanted to say no to a group whose ideas we found objectionable?
Not on the ideas, not on the subject matter. So we could not, or you as a council should not be determining the fee waiver based on subject matter content.
So in other words, content, it's like, for example, if we had somebody that wanted to, like, one of our Vista solar companies, if they wanted to host a commercial event where they are not espousing a First Amendment protected viewpoint, that's a commercial activity. We can fully regulate a commercial activity. But the reality is that the Supreme Court's very clear on this. You cannot engage in viewpoint discrimination or content-specific discrimination based on what would be covered by the First Amendment, which would be political or religious speech. So the bottom line is either we hold all groups to the same standard or just understand what we're doing here. And by the way, if I wanted to have like a group of realtors, what I would do is I would say, okay, realtors have rights under the law. We're going to talk about laws affecting the realtors. There's new laws affecting realtors coming on the books literally every month. And so we'll simply give a legislative update. Boom, legislative update, First Amendment protected speech. We have the right to use the room for free. So kind of what we're doing here is we're saying we're not going to charge anybody to use the room ever again. And that is the issue. And it's not just revenue, but really most of our fees that we collect are kind of intended for cost recovery, are they not, Mr.
Yes, they are. Yes.
So we have a cleaning crew that comes and takes care of the room. So now, and maybe we want to decide that we're going to allow the community room to be open to all comers, but know that even those who we find to be the most objectionable in their speech, maybe even those who have vitriolic and hate-filled points of view, would acquire a constitutional privilege to come, a right, in fact, not a privilege, a right, to come and to use our facilities, and we would have no ability to resist or to charge them a fee. So I think that we want to consider the precedent that we set there, because once we waive a fee for one group who's engaging in First Amendment speech, we would not have the ability to tell any other group no, based on whether we agree with or disagree with. And effectively, if we say no for any other reason than that we don't have availability, then it's going to be assumed that we have viewpoint discrimination. I think that's deeply concerning. And I would also say, and Mr. Rumbaugh, who left us, he's right. It's SB 554 that I'm a support of. SB 54, I don't know how they got these bills so closely numbered. It's confusing. But SB 54 is one that I deeply disagree with. I do not agree with the sanctuary state policy. and have long been vocal on that subject. And I did want to point out, I have never referred to our immigrant community as rapists and murderers. In the press conference that we had, this bill, SB 554, relates specifically to those who have been convicted of the crime of murder and convicted of the crime of rape and convicted of the crimes of child molestation. So it's very important. Words matter, and they have great meaning, and they have the potential to cause fear and to cause distrust and hate. And so it's very important that we're very specific and intentional with our words. My words were used to describe those who've been convicted of the crime of murder, who've been convicted of the crime of rape. So when I call somebody who's been convicted of murder a murderer, understand they have unlawfully taken another human life, and they've been convicted of that crime. I'm not using those words to describe any large group of people who those terms would not apply to. And just point of fact, since it's been brought up and we're having the conversation, the Union Tribune wrote an article. In fact, we did in 2023, the last year that we have numbers for, we had, I think it was 23 of those individuals convicted of crimes that are considered to be serious felonies. That means they're not protected by the sanctuary state law. So when the legislature adopted SB 54, they did not include sanctuary for murder, rape, child molestation, and a whole host of other what they call serious felonies. And essentially, they're violent crimes. So if you committed a violent felony and were convicted of it, today under SB 54, the sanctuary state law, you do not enjoy protection in the state of California. There is no sanctuary for violent felons, and of course there should not be. The County Board of Supervisors actually voted on a resolution to extend a policy that would provide sanctuary protection in San Diego County to those who had been convicted of murder, convicted of rape, convicted of child molestation. I deeply disagree with that. I don't believe that people who have come unlawfully to our country and then have committed violent crimes, including conviction of rape, conviction of murder, I don't believe those individuals ought to have I don't believe that they should be here. I believe that they should be deported. Point of fact, for all we have 1.8 million people that immigrate lawfully, about 1.3 million every year in the United States with a pathway to permanent residency and ultimately to citizenship. And that's legal. That's completely lawful. And, we just had one of our commission meetings. I met a wonderful young lady whose parents had come from Pakistan and had come legally. And she said, my family, 20 years they've been trying to come here. So we have every year about 1.8 million people who come lawfully. If you come here lawfully and you're on a visa or you're a legal permanent resident, a green card holder, if you commit a crime, you will be deported. So all the people who have come lawfully, legally, come the right way, people who from all over the world who want to come to the United States of America, but they don't live in our hemisphere, so it's not as easy for them. They can't walk here. They had to get an airplane or a boat to get here. And there's just physically no way for them to get through a port of entry unlawfully. And so they have to do it the right way. And they wait and they want to bring their family. They can't. And it's a long process. We need to honor all of those. I mean, think about it, nearly 2 million people a year for, I'm 45, so just that's 90 million people. So 90 million people have come correctly, lawfully, and if they were to come lawfully, commit a crime, then they would be deported. And so when we look at somebody who's here unlawfully to begin with and commits a violent felony crime, yes, I strongly support deporting those convicted murderers, convicted rapists. So it's very important that we use specific language there. I want to be clear about that. It's also important to me to make sure that we're not, I support educating all, citizens and legal permanent residents as to their lawful rights. I'm sorry Mr. Rumbaugh left. I agree with what he said. Our rights here are given to us by God, but they're enshrined in our Constitution, and they're here to protect our citizens. But I want to make sure that we're not espousing a point of view that encourages anybody to violate any of our nation's laws. We did swear an oath to the laws and the state constitution, but we also swore an oath to the laws and the Constitution of the United States of America. And the Constitution of the United States of America is very clear. It says that the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America shall be the supreme law of the land. So it is very, very clear that if we are honoring our oath to the United States Constitution, that we must abide by all of the federal laws, because the federal law, if you'd like to speak, you can come fill out a form. You can have 3 minutes. But our oath compels us to uphold the Constitution and all of the laws of the United States of America, even the ones that we deeply disagree with. And I understand that there are many laws in the state of California I disagree with, but I also understand my oath to uphold those laws, but understand that whenever a law is in conflict between the state and the federal, and I'm not referring to any specific law here, but just that when those are in conflict, it is the federal law that is supreme. That's the supremacy clause of the United States Constitution. And the states have certain rights. They have a number of enumerated rights, and then all the ones that are not enumerated are not specifically reserved to the federal government. Under the 10th Amendment are reserved to the states. So, in fact, the states have a lot of rights, only the ones, in fact, the Constitution defines 17 enumerated powers of the federal government. One of those is to regulate our borders. And so I think it's very important. I just want to set the facts straight there. And I'm very concerned, and I hope my colleagues will speak to the subject of all of the good organizations that I support that are political activists. You mentioned Universidad Popular, which is a political activist organization. They were there at the press conference with bullhorns and shouting viewpoints. So in addition to having classes, they also are activists. They one time came here to our council chambers and wore black shirts that said security, and they told us that the people of Vista trusted them more than they trusted our deputy sheriffs. I didn't agree with that then, and I don't agree with it now. If the council doesn't mind, I'm going to recognize Mr. Joe. I'm going to let you give us your last name, sir. It looks like ABI, Abistwiki?
Albistigi, that's close.
Thank you, sir. You're recognized.
Mr. Mayor, and just one question regarding sanctuary. Now, you listed the high felonies that would, naturally, any normal person would agree that these are people that we don't want. However, what you didn't say is there any sanctuary for other people, other than serious felons, who can appreciate and can utilize sanctuary for what it is? Is that something that you're against? I'm asking, what are the conditions for me as a person, if I were in this person's shoes? Would I be safe, have sanctuary, if I wasn't one of the 4 things that you mentioned, murder, rapist, et cetera? What situation would I be in asking for sanctuary? Is there something available in your mind?
I will answer your question. Unfortunately, our decorum here doesn't allow us to have a back and forth, but I'm going to let you finish making all your questions and all of your comments, and I will respond when you've had your opportunity.
I await your answer.
Okay. Is that all your comments?
That's the main thing.
Okay.
Actually, because you're saying the things that you're not allowing, as we don't, nobody disagrees with that. However, you have not mentioned what is allowable under the sanctuary's
Sure.
provisions.
When it's my turn to speak, I'll directly answer your question. Councilmember O'Donnell.
City Attorney, how does this change in any way any policy that exists currently?
As I understand it, in the past, what has been happening is an elected official has been leading a town hall or a workshop. As my understanding of what Councilmember Contreras is putting forward is that nobody would be leading this workshop. Rather, it's just making the space available to anyone who wants to come and lead a Know Your Rights presentation.
But the space is available via rental at the moment.
It is. Depending on availability, I assume, yes, it could be rented.
And in that current standard, do we have discretion on who can and cannot utilize that space?
No. Generally, I mean, we don't allow I will take that back, commercialization use of the space requires, we don't generally allow commercial activities in our public spaces. So, but it could be, we would look at the application a little bit more heavily at that point.
So the point that was made earlier, that it would open it up to anybody to speak about any right or any opinion, whether we agree or disagree with it, is that not already the case that could happen regardless of whether any action is taken here this evening?
Potentially, yes, if they pay the rental fee and they have the insurance and they reserve it, it could, yes.
So at what point can we exercise discretion that would not have us end up in a lawsuit? Do we even have the ability to do that? If somebody comes to us and the room's available, we do have to rent it to them, correct?
Generally, yes. So where I guess the line is, if we make it just publicly available without any rental agreement, without any cost, we're really changing it into a public, an open public forum. It's just an open space for anyone to come and speak whatever is on their mind that's protected by the First Amendment.
So the only thing stopping that right now is the fees involved?
Generally, the fees, the time required, the insurance, kind of just, a business license per se is required also under our rules.
And Councilmember Contreras, just for clarification, what you're asking is, so right now, like we can host a town hall there and invite everybody there. You're asking for the situation to be that we not need be present and that organizations can utilize it, but that it would still have to come before the council, though, to waive the fee. Is that correct?
My understanding from city attorney is that if there is a fee waiver, regardless of the intent of the workshop, it would have to come to city council. I don't think the public is aware. I think this is an important discussion because I don't think the public is at all aware that there's a fee waiver. So it's just letting folks know that these are the facilities available. Morris Vance is one of them. We have a community room at the fire station off Melrose in your district, right? And I think it's just a way for our community to understand some of the facilities that are open, right? So I don't see that this would change anything, but it's just a way to let the community know that these spaces are available, and any kind of discretion of a fee waiver would come to the council, and the mayor, made the point that we wouldn't be discriminating against that, and anybody could come forward. That is already the case, but this is just so that folks explicitly know that there is a fee waiver. Also, that if, there's an organization that is a well-known organization that's conducting these Know Your Rights, if they invited the city to participate, that our city staff would feel welcome to participate and wouldn't be like, well, we're not sure if we should be there or not. This is just to give explicit consent that, they could be there if ACLU is doing some kind of Know Your Rights.
And that's to say participate but not host.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So I want a clear line of definition on that, because
100%.
I would not support the city hosting any events like this for a litany of reasons.
I agree.
But to be present, I think at the discretion of our city manager and staff, I think is appropriate. To know that you could exercise that judgment, I think would be a correct course of action to take. I think that this conversation has gotten away from us because this is not about who should or shouldn't be deported. I understand why it did by comments that were made. I understand rebuttal to those comments. But the ability to exercise the option to educate the public on their rights is something I think that's very important. We mentioned the Constitution, but 27 times it has both ratified and unratified has changed based on rights that didn't exist or laws that needed to change. Since the founding of this country, the Boston Massacre, that's not the founding of it, but since the Boston Massacre, the Tea Party, the ERA had 35 states that ratified, 38 that needed to. It was finally ratified by the 38th state in 2020, and yet it still cannot get passed 38 years later, now 42 years later, because it didn't meet the time frame in which it needed to be passed. But you can look at that. You can look at slavery. People fought against rights for individuals that were freed from slavery. People fought against civil rights, equality rights, voting rights. There are so many instances in the history of this nation in which rights have been fought for and people have opposed those fights. So it's not a matter of whether or not existing law is there. I do agree, and it might be unpopular with some of those that support me, but if you have committed crimes and you are in this country undocumented, I do agree that you should not be here, because that is something that if you're looking for a sanctuary or you're looking for a better life, then you need to exercise that judgment. But if you are here, I don't care if you're undocumented and if you are here seeking out asylum or seeking out a better way of life, I mean, what we have in the state of California, we are literally off the backs of immigrants, we survive. The work that goes in to the labor and all the other things that go into the society, but there are so many people here right now that are fearful to even leave their home. They're fearful to go to school. They're fearful to go to work. And that should never, ever happen in a free society. Not in the United States, not anywhere else. And so I am all for making sure that people understand their rights and then we can be supportive of that. I don't think any action needs to be taken to do that, but I think clarification to the city and our staff is appropriate. But I want you to know, I've talked to our congressman, I've talked to our deputies, I've talked to our captain, I talked to our commander, our previous captain, about all the things that we've been hearing. And if you are seeing things that are going against what the directive is, you should report them. You should video them. You should report them. If people's rights are being violated, you absolutely should be letting the city know, letting your elected officials know, letting your federally elected officials know, because we're being told that there's no proof that that's happening yet. And until something different comes forward, it's very challenging to bring that back. I think we all know and have seen that it probably is happening, and there's collateral arrests that are taking place all the time when people are trying to find criminals. And when they're not there, hey, sorry, you opened the door, and now you're getting arrested even though you're not the intended person. And I don't think that's okay. So I'm gonna end my rant on this, but I don't see any issue with keeping the policy as it is and providing clear directive to our city manager and staff on what is and isn't allowable, or what we should feel comfortable going to do. But there is a much deeper issue at hand, and I don't know the direction in which all of this will end, but I know that what we're doing here and making sure that people know their rights and the people that are showing up in this room is how you stop any form of tyranny. So those are all my comments. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add to that, but I appreciate you bringing this forward.
And our city clerk does have one public comment that couldn't be heard. And oh, I'm sorry, it's oral communication. We'll wait to hear that. Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, I just want to say I completely agree with you, Councilmember O'Donnell. This is just to ensure that there's more communication to the public of the resources available. This is not going to just benefit this subject of know your rights, but it's going to be beneficial to a lot of other subjects. And we have not seen the type of activation of the community room that we would like to. A lot of times we pass by it and it's empty. So I want folks to know that this is a resource. So I'm really excited to have this conversation about that room. But there's so many other city facilities. And it's just at the discretion of the city manager. You know, if there's an organization that comes to the city and is like, hey, we want to partner with you, they're a trusted, well-known, knowledgeable organization that's going to host it, and they invite us, that staff knows that is, they can go ahead and join. They don't have to worry that the council's going to be upset, you know, that they take that step. So it very much doesn't need a motion. It's just consensus that we can move forward with a very simple, recommendation.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate this conversation. I think that there's been a couple of things that have been beneficial here. One is showing support to know your rights information. I think we all support that. And also just understanding the benefit of our public spaces and who they're meant to benefit, which is ultimately our immediate community and the public. There's been some information shared in this discussion that's new to me. I did not realize also that there's a fee waiver for our facilities. I know that there have been complaints from nonprofits that the facilities are inaccessible to them due to cost. And so now that I'm aware of that, it's definitely something I can incorporate into conversations with those folks. But really, my recommendation, Councilmember Contreras, would be, I think many of us on the council see you as someone who is an advocate in this conversation, and having personal ties in this discussion. I would just urge you to lead and host a community education event. Like I said, this is something that has been done before, and in working with the city manager's office, you can find an appropriate date and time where the facility is available, as it often is available, and working with the city attorney's office, you can ensure that the activities are in line with the any constraints of your office. But I think that being able to host people in our facilities is really valuable. And I know that I've gotten really good feedback from the public that has participated in any of my tenant rights activities that I have done. Outside of that, I do want to also say that I support staff attending any educational program. Anywhere the community is, staff should be plugged in somehow, even if it's one staff member just standing in the back. I think it's important for our city staff to be partially those eyes and ears in the community. We ask for staff to do a lot of communications work for us, and part of that communications is listening, right? So we want to hear what's going on in the community. And that, direction of saying, hey, staff show up where there are community events where you're welcomed and asked to attend, that might draw staff to events that I wouldn't personally go to, right? But we have folks in the room that are listening and they're aware of what people's concerns are. So I would say yes to staff attending programming, that they should be empowered to do that. I wouldn't advocate for changing our policy around city facilities, because I do want to make sure that we're able to manage them and the costs that we have with them. And ultimately, and I could be happy to work with you, council member, and kind of show you my worksheets that I've developed for the previous Know Your Rights, tenant rights town halls that I've had, because I think that that's a pretty good model for any of our council members, right, to do. I know we have some business owners here, right, amongst our council. There might be an appetite, right, for a business empowerment course, right? I'm not sure, but there is absolutely topics that each of us care about, that we have the privilege in serving in this office, and we are empowered through our freedom of speech to be able to, and freedom of assembly, that we can gather with people under our office. And so I would definitely encourage that. Thank you.
Councilmember Fox.
I just had a quick question about, about the fee waiver process. it sounds like if we're not able to do a fee waiver for for one ideology or for like a subject matter, but what would be something, like without making it so where we couldn't discriminate, we'd have to give the waiver to everybody, but what would be some objective criteria that would qualify someone for a fee waiver?
For example, I mean, just brainstorming here, not saying this is specific to anybody.
Of course.
It'd be maybe size of organization, length of time, the ability to pay. I mean, the cost could be prohibitive. Insurance requirements could be prohibitive, and we don't want to prohibit it if we can. Kind of, so it would be more on the economical side is how I see it.
Okay, so, and of course, if an organization does come and ask for a fee waiver, that would be something we'd have to talk about at that time, what those needs are, and making sure we're not doing any discrimination up here and breaking any ordinances. So I would say that, I believe that staff should be able to exhibit their First Amendment rights as well. So if someone wants to attend something, I have no issue with that. And I don't want to volunteer you for anything, but it does sound like if it is hosted by a council member, that does kind of just absolve the issue entirely. That would kind of put you on the hook for finding, for selecting which organization to work with, which you might not want that on your back. But just throwing that out there is it sounds like that's one way to make this happen and kind of get around all of the any issues with discrimination or anything like that. That's it.
So, okay, so I'm hearing there's not an appetite to have a motion on this, and I'm not sure I'm really clear on what the direction is, and maybe we can have staff read it back to us. The reality is, and we've heard this idea that the city manager is going to exercise his discretion, but the reality is there's going to be no discretion here. Anybody who claims to be speaking on behalf of any lawful right. And then, anybody, any lawful right. So know your rights, as long as there's some discussion of that, then effectively, what we're saying here is anybody can use the room. And respectfully, City Attorney, you're not going to discriminate against me because I only have 3 friends. You're saying my viewpoint is a minority one, and because I can only get 2 people to show up with me, I can't use the room. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. There is no test you can come up with. As soon as you give one, and there's any kind of First Amendment protection of the speech that's being engaged there, like the last thing I was at was the annual awards for the Boys and Girls Club. Totally a charitable thing, clearly not a First Amendment protected use. Great use. I don't know that we contributed the room. I don't think we waived it for them, did we? No, they didn't ask us. And honestly, I'd be sooner to waive it for the Boys and Girls Club. And I can't see, I'm okay with that. Any bona fide C3 that, is doing, but here's the other thing. I want to have my church meeting every Sunday morning at the community center. You can't say no. You cannot say no to that. So we're going to have a church that's going to meet there, maybe a few of them in that room. You could have groups that espouse hateful, objectionable points of view. If they want to have meetings, they're going to have a free meeting. I just want to make sure you're all eyes wide open. If we go down this path, it's an irrevocable precedent that you cannot say no to anybody after that. This is a very, very clear constitutional law, which is why, I hear we're really not changing the policy because we have an ordinance that governs the costs there. So I'm not. Mr. Connolly, what are you understanding, and Mr. Chung next, what are you understanding that you're receiving in the form of guidance here? How will you conduct yourself differently after receiving this guidance than you would have before.
Well, so my understanding is that the council is asking us to continue following the current recreation and community services policies and procedures for use of of public facilities, and that also additionally, that any city employee or city staff should feel comfortable attending any of these events if they so desire. So we do, in the policies, do allow department personnel to attend any event that's being rented or at a public facility, but we would enlarge that to all city staff.
So here'd be my question. So they can all attend. What if, what if I don't want to do my job and I just decide to go hang out in the Moore's Vance room? I mean, I could sit there from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m., 5 days a week. If there's a constitutionally protected activity there and you try and fire me, then I'm going to sue you. And I will win.
So, I mean, that could possibly happen, but I mean, I don't.
I'm just saying there's a lot of unintended consequences when we get into this non-specific, and we could debate, and I told the good gentleman here
what I'm
that I would
understanding,
respond to him.
So what I'm understanding from council is that city staff should feel comfortable attending on their free time, and that there could be no disciplinary or any personnel repercussions for attending any events, whether they.
Well, yeah, on their free time. I mean, you have the right to do whatever you like on your free time.
We would normally send staff to events where the department or, the city could be affected in some way, and we do that all the time, whether they're inside or external events.
Sure, and
So
I
that doesn't
understand
change.
leaving that to your discretion, but I think what I'm hearing, I don't know if I'm hearing that they could engage on city time.
What we're understanding, at least I am, is that if a council member wanted to have their own event where they invited someone in to provide this education under our current policy, they could do that. Outside that, anyone would have to pay the fee unless they come to the council with a waiver and the council approves it with some legally justified means.
So let's say that meetings, because we're not charging for them, become regular and we're occupying most of 40 hours a week programming over there, which I don't think is unreasonable. That is the only meeting room that I'm aware of in the city, and it will be the only one that is available for free.
There's only one council member sitting up here that I know of that's had a community event in that room where we've given it to them for free.
Right, but I'm saying if the council member doesn't have to be present.
We're not saying that.
That's not what we're saying.
I'm saying that is not happening unless they come to the council
Not
for a
unless the
waiver and there's a
council-
legally justified reason.
Okay, all right. I'm not sure what, if anything, we have accomplished here tonight. Is there anything that you could articulate based on this guidance you've received that we would do differently, that you would do differently than our current operating policies?
Not specifically.
Okay, that's good enough. And I wanted to answer the gentleman's question. What sanctuary do I believe should be offered? Sure. For myself, I've been very clear. I've led this council, to oppose SB 54 and sanctuary policies. I do not believe that those who would not be allowed to stay in the United States were they lawful immigrants based on committing crime. I certainly don't believe that those individuals should be given sanctuary. In other words, at a bare minimum, and I would probably go further than this, but when talking about sanctuary policy, at a bare minimum, the same laws that govern the conduct and deportation for criminal conduct of a lawful immigrant certainly should apply to an unlawful immigrant. Why would there be two standards? I mean, to me, that doesn't make any sense. I wouldn't support that. So I don't support the sanctuary policy. And I'll just say here, since we're having a conversation about it, and it is, sort of the undercurrent of this conversation, I had someone reach out to me and complain about the way that they were treated by somebody. They weren't sure what agency of government they worked for, but they were thinking that they were a federal officer. And I personally reached out to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And frankly, I didn't like the things that were being reported. The individual reporting them to me was a U.S. citizen. They felt that they had been targeted based on their race. I don't agree with that. So I picked up the phone and I called ICE. And I got an answer a couple of, about 2 hours later. Jaime Ramos, who's number 2 in charge of ICE for San Diego, called me. And he made very clear to me that they understand their mandate right now is to remove those individuals who have been convicted of a crime in addition, something other, and in addition to unlawful entry. So these are individuals who have committed a criminal act. I don't believe individuals who've committed a criminal act, in my opinion, I believe we should have people, and I say this all the time, I love our immigrants. I think our immigrants, it was, again, Mr. Rumbaugh said this, I think our immigrants are going to save our country because so many of us who've been born in this country don't understand how precious freedom is, and we don't understand the amazing opportunity that we are so blessed to have, having been born in this country. But the people who come to this country, and I would even include those who have come unlawfully, they understand the opportunity that this country represents. They yearn for a better life, and I believe most people who come to this country came, and I'm sorry, it's not a back and forth, I apologize, but I believe that people who come to this country as immigrants, they come to better themselves, they come for a better life for their families, and I believe that most of them are law-abiding and hardworking, and that's why I'm so proud as an American that the United States of America admits 1.8 million people. Did you know that's more than every other nation on earth combined? So if you added the lawful immigration slots for every nation on earth and you add them together, it's not as many as the U.S. allows to come legally to this country every single year. So what we remain arguing about is we are arguing about whether or not we're going to enforce our border, whether we're going to enforce our laws. And here's what I would submit to the public watching. Maybe you don't want me to be the one that decides which laws get enforced and which ones don't. Maybe you wouldn't find agreement with me often enough if I personally was a king and potentate and got to decide which laws not to enforce. Maybe it would be in the better interest of all of us to decide that all of the laws should be faithfully executed with steadfast adherence to the intent of the lawmakers and in respect for the voters who elected their Republican small r representatives, delegates, congressional members, city council members. It is an absolute threat to our democracy, our Republican democracy, our constitutional republic. It is a threat whenever the rule of law is allowed to erode and disintegrate, because then you have somebody, maybe you don't like the current president of the United States, right? You don't like him. That's fine. That's your right. And maybe you don't want him to be the one that decides which laws get enforced and which ones don't. Maybe some other people didn't like the last president and didn't want him to decide which laws to enforce and which ones not. So I think that we should all agree amongst ourselves that all the laws should be enforced all the time. And if, as Councilmember O'Donnell said, if we believe that something enshrined in the Constitution, like slavery was once enshrined, and African Americans being counted as 3/5 of a person, and those under the age of 21 who could be conscripted to go to war but didn't have the right to vote, the franchise for women, the end of slavery. We made all these great changes to our Constitution, but you know something? If you don't like the Constitution, if you don't like the laws of our land or of our city, maybe instead of breaking the law, maybe you get yourself elected to the city council. Maybe you work for a council candidate. Maybe you show up at a meeting and express yourself. But if you advocate for lawlessness, then you might not like it when somebody that you disagree with is in charge of that lawlessness. So that's why I think as Americans, we're better friends, neighbors, and countrymen, and we're just better people when we all abide by the law and we all treat each other with respect and dignity of following that law. Councilmember Contreras.
Okay, yeah, I'm done. I just wanted to make sure. It sounds like there's consensus. It sounds like people are now aware that there's a waiver, which is great. And I look forward to hosting a Know Your Rights in the future. And thank you to my council for being able to have this discussion. I think we're pretty much done with this item. Awesome, thanks.
Very good. All right. Seeing no other comments on this item, staff is instructed to take no action and make no change to anything. We'll move forward with our oral communications, and we're still having our Zoom problem, right? Yeah, we think so. Oh, we do have Christina is here in person for oral communications. And Kathy has an email she wants to read. 2 emails.
Mayor, the irony of you talking about hateful viewpoints being allowed to use city space while simultaneously I read a quote from you referring to immigrants as aliens. That is inappropriate language, Mr. Mayor. I am extremely disappointed in your support over SB 554. Why is another white man trying to delegate who is and is not allowed in a country that isn't even theirs to begin with? It's crazy because immigrants have nothing to do with the problems America has. America has everything to do with the problems in America. Not to mention, America is the problem in a lot of foreign countries, AKA Palestine, Sudan, and many others. Immigrants aren't removing free food programs in schools. Immigrants aren't raising healthcare premiums. Immigrants aren't criminalizing our houseless community. This bill claims to target serious offense criminals, yet we know that's a blanket lie since we have already witnessed multiple innocent Hispanic people, mostly Hispanic people, being kidnapped and separated from their families by these prejudiced ICE agents. You've got tax-paying citizens in your community that are terrified of being targeted and being treated unjustly. SB 554 wants the local police to work with ICE. You, Mayor, want the local police to work with ICE. The police force started off as a group of white men catching and killing Black people, and to this day is still its main priority. And now you, Mayor John Franklin, want these two extremely racist entities to join hands and complete the agenda of a fascist idiot we call president? Please tap into the part of your brain that connects humanity and intellect. Immigrants help our community thrive. You just said they were going to save our country. Allowing ICE to work with police is a very dangerous move for your community. I urge you to stop supporting this bill, Mayor, and to start providing safety and security to the people in your city. That won't be at the hands of officers or agents who are only trained to detain with excessive force. You have just listened to your constituents bring attention to gross assumptions made on our invaluable immigrants. Listen to them. Please stop supporting this bill.
Okay. And we've got 2 comments that our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, is going to read.
Thank you. I will time myself as well. The first is from Becky Rapp. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm here tonight as I'm concerned regarding secondhand marijuana smoke, especially in home and around children. As a recent study conducted by researchers at UCSD sheds light on this concern, proving that in-home marijuana use significantly increases the odds of detectable levels of marijuana in children. This study, published in the Journal of American Medical Association, reveals that children living in homes with marijuana smoked are 5 times more likely to have detectable marijuana in their urine. This is alarming, as marijuana smoke is proven to have harmful chemicals similar to tobacco, including carcinogens and respiratory irritants. We know that children are especially vulnerable to the toxic effects of smoke. The home, a place meant to provide safety and security, may be where the greatest risk lies for our youngest. The reality is that children who are exposed to marijuana smoke may face significant health challenges, leading to long-term respiratory issues, developmental concerns, and even increased cancer risks. If we can decrease the amount of smoke children are exposed to, we can take a significant step toward protecting their health. This would be a priority not only for health professionals, but also for policymakers. Much like we have adopted tobacco control strategies, we should implement similar measures for marijuana smoke. There's a critical need for education and awareness. Parents may not fully realize the extent to which secondhand marijuana smoke can affect their children. That is why we must advocate for stronger public health campaigns that inform families of the risks associated with smoking indoors. Thank you. And one more. I have a comment from Terry McKenzie. Mayor Franklin, I strongly urge you to not support SB 554. I'm a resident of Vista and believe all members of our community, regardless of status, are of benefit. Immigrants are our friends, neighbors, coworkers, and contribute greatly to our community. Please do not support the further criminalization of being an immigrant. That's all our public comment.
Very good. That's going to bring us to the end of our meeting this evening and comments from staff and council. Any comments from our city clerk's office? From our city attorney? Our city manager, Mr. Conley.
Two brief comments, Mayor. One is the pickleball courts at Thibodeau Park are finally reopened after our restriping and resurfacing, and we thank those that waited patiently for that to reopen. Secondly is we have the Vista Leadership Academy spring program that's open right now for registration, meets every Wednesday at the Civic Center from 5 to 7, includes a citywide bus tour exploring how decisions are made and how funds are allocated. Attendees will engage with city leaders, tour key facilities, and discuss important issues like planning, traffic, and infrastructure. Program runs from March 12th to May 7th, with a graduation at council on May 13th, and the registration closes on February 26th. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone for staying all the way to the end. I really appreciate the involvement that you all showed tonight. I just wanted to let everyone know that Burger Bench is now open downtown Vista. I'll be doing a video with them tomorrow, so you can kind of see a little bit more about what they're doing. And you can follow at Vista CA Gov to see updates on what the city's doing on Instagram, and I'm probably on Facebook and all those ones too. I have my first meeting with the North County Dispatch Joint Powers Authority tomorrow, so I'll be able to start bringing those updates to council as well. And this Saturday, I'd love it if everyone could join me and the Vista Skateboard Coalition for the 100th anniversary community cleanup and ribbon cutting ceremony for the historic Bonsall Bridge. We'll be celebrating the historic milestone, picking up trash in coordination with I Love a Clean San Diego, and we'd love to see you there. As usual, it is Taco Tuesday. And that means everyone can go out here and get some tacos tonight and enjoy those if they're not going to go to Burger Bench, which is probably closed by now. And finally, thank you to my beautiful wife, Mina, for continuing to support me in my role here up on council. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
You stole my thunder, Conley. Just to iterate, the pickleball courts have been resurfaced as well as the tennis court at Thibodeau Park. Today we shot a video. We enjoyed doing it so much we got to shoot it twice because the audio wasn't on the first time. If you have not yet already emailed me, called me, or sent me a message, we are discussing the speed limits in District 4 at the next council meeting. I've received a lot of feedback, but if you'd still like to give me your comments, please do share them, taking everything into consideration. We had dinner with the Youth Commission last week. I just want them to know that I just gave Doris the signed agenda to be posted on my wall, so I wasn't lying to you when I told you I would do that. And also to my beautiful wife at home, who I know is watching because she's texting me. Thank you for all that you do and allowing me to serve on this council. You all have a great night, and hopefully you have some time for some tacos.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, if anybody wants to pick up trash, Guerreras en Acción por un Vista Limpio, still going strong, 5 years, every Wednesday, 9 a.m., picking up trash. You can contact team captain Jovita Serafin. If you can't reach them, you can contact me. I can put you in touch. They're always looking for more volunteers. And the other thing is I learned from NCTD that regarding our Vista Village grade separation, that potentially we need to actually have an MOU moving forward. So that's a conversation I would like to bring to council. I want to get that cinched up so that way we can potentially have something in the future that is a grade separation. Other than that, I hope everybody has a great day. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for the discussion. I have one significant update to share, and that is this past Friday, I joined city staff on an excursion to two cities, Victorville and Azusa, to visit some modular constructed navigation center type of facilities, right? In Victorville, they called it the Victorville Wellness Center. In Azusa, they called it, I believe, the Azusa Recovery Center, something like that, right? But essentially, there's these different models for shelter construction, and I was able to see firsthand how they looked, and so that was, wonderful. And I just want to say thank you to Jonathan and Johanna for just being such great travel companions in that. And outside of that, I hope everybody has a wonderful night. I look forward to reporting on more to you soon. And I will see you next week at our budget workshop, which will actually be happening on my birthday. And all I ever wanted for my birthday is a balanced budget. So please help us accomplish that. Thank you.
You and me both. No better gift. The City of Vista has launched a housing innovation pilot program in partnership with townspeople to support shared housing opportunities. This initiative offers master leasing, home share, housing navigation to help individuals with suitable living arrangements based on Housing First principles. Open to adults 18 and older experiencing homelessness, the program assists those with reliable income in finding stable housing. While it provides guidance and housing location support, financial subsidies are not available. Developed as part of the San Diego Shared Housing Collaborative, the program aims to create sustainable housing solutions. For more details, visit vista.gov. Do we put any, not for discussion, it's a rhetorical question, if we didn't put federal or state money into that, it shouldn't be Housing First, because people ought to be able to find sober housing programs through us. The City of Vista and Edco Disposal are hosting a free mulch and compost giveaway from February 28 to March 2nd at Vail Terrace and Williamson Street, open from dawn until dusk. This self-service event requires participants to bring their own containers, gloves, and shovels, and commercial vehicles are not permitted. Mulch helps control weeds, conserve water, and regulate soil temperature, while compost enriches the soil with nutrients and improves water retention. Bring a tarp for secure loading if hauling mulch in an open truck bed. For more details, visit the news section of the city's website at vista.gov. Thanks, everyone. Have a great night. And thank you to my beautiful wife, Shauna, for allowing me to serve until 9:41 p.m. Have a good night, everyone.